Hey, good morning, guys. Happy opening day. I have got a couple self-packed case breaks with random teams available, both MLB and NFL. There's some great stuff in these. Guaranteed your money back in comps. You will not lose money on these. Baseball, you could make 2, 3, 4 times your investment. In the NFL teams, I actually have the comp prices on every card, so you can see that how much money you're making off the break. So, shoot a message up there on the chat screen. Let me know if you want a team, and I will random you a team and see what we can get in today. In that NFL random team break, there are jerseys, break credits in there. I think the final total in the NFL break is 6,500, and 32 teams. I'm selling at 100 each. That's 3,200. So on average, you're going to double your money back on comps in that break. And the baseball break could be double, triple, quadruple. There's one team that's 5 times your investment. Let's turn on MLB Network and see what is going on. Can't believe we had a couple games canceled already in MLB. Kinda sucks. Guess it's to be expected this time of year though. And there's some weather issues today too for all you daily fantasy people. Got some, I think 3 games that weather is not looking too good on. My daily fantasy, what did I load up on here? St. Louis, I've got a couple players from St. Louis. Let's see, Washington, I got Soto, and Mets, I got Marte, Rosario for Atlanta, Matt Olson for Atlanta, and St. Louis, I got Tyler O'Neill and Adam Wainwright. Milwaukee, I got Colton Wong. I was going to do a stack on Milwaukee, but I had so much money left over once they did the stack that I had to add in players that were worth a lot more, like Machado and Witt and Soto. So there's great value in FanDuel's DFS break today on prices. So it could be an exciting $1 million opening day DFS on FanDuel. I'm liking my team. Bobby Witt's $2,400 compared to Soto, who's $4,400, and Bobby Witt's gonna tear it up today, man. As long as he doesn't get too nervous, but I don't think he's been around in the minors for a little bit, so that boy is something special. I'd almost guarantee he's gonna hit a home run today. Now, one you ghosties, let's get this started here. Some good, really good MLB teams left, and there's tons of great NFL teams. Send out some messages here, let people know I'm on. As soon as I get a PayPal payment, I will random a team for you, and we'll get started. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Breakers and YouTube, let's do something here. Let's get started. Great teams available to be random. Alright, I'm back. Anybody ready to start breaking some teams? YouTube breakers?
Fell 43. Wall Street is pulling back as the Federal Reserve signals it too is reining in its bond buying in the case of the Fed as it fights inflation. Minutes from the central bank's latest meeting showed officials may be planning to raise key interest rates by 0.5% going forward, a greater increase than last month's hike. President Biden expressed his support for Amazon warehouse workers trying to unionize. He spoke at the National Conference of North America's Building Trades Union. The White House clarified that it will not be involved in the process, though, and Mr. Biden was simply stating his longtime support for unions. Last week, workers at a New York warehouse voted to join the newly formed Amazon Labor Union. And Forbes is out with its 36th annual list of billionaires. There are now 2,668 of them on the planet, 87 fewer than a year ago. Forbes primarily blames the pandemic for the decline and the war in Ukraine, which put a dent in the number of Russian billionaires. Tesla's Elon Musk nabs the top spot with an estimated net worth of $219 billion. Second is Amazon's Jeff Bezos with $171 billion. Among those cracking the list for the first time, Rihanna, who at $1.7 billion ranks as the wealthiest female musician. Doug?
This is First Alert Weather.
All right, starting out with clear skies this morning, 42 degrees in Topeka with a west wind at 9 miles per hour. Low 40s for most of northeast Kansas with wind chills in the 30s, 37 Topeka, 32 in Marysville, the cool spot. And winds out of the west-northwest, not terrible yet. Those winds gusting near 20 to 30 miles per hour in north central Kansas. But, of course, they're going to be increasing as we go throughout the day with gusts close to 40 to 45 miles per hour through the much of the mid-morning to afternoon hours.
ESPN Plus today. And the Masters is always on regular TV too. I'm just going to go to ESPN and see what they got going on. Plus. Tiger Woods and Scheffler groups. Masters hold 4, 5, and 6 in one corner. 15 and 16. Now, let's watch Tiger Woods and Scheffler. Oh, we still got a half hour. They go off at 8:15. Yeah. Alright. Until then. Sports what do we got to say today? Oh, come on. Activate my computers, man. I don't know why they do that more than once. I activated once, and then why would I need to change? youtube.com/estimate activate, and there is no page for that. Why is it? Come on. Alright. Okay, so these things are good. Oh, come on, what is going on with my ESPN Plus now? Kill me. TV I should not log out. Subscription. Up in the air. Alright, let's activate again. What the heck is going on with ESPN Plus? I'm having ESPN Plus issues here. 7:15. Alright, I'm going back to YouTube TV. Go to Sports Center.
Jury is gone because we've got this.
The Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex in Topeka invites you to attend our job fair. If you have a desire to change lives,
There we go. Live from the Masters. Fine.
Images from what we've seen thus far at our Live from the Masters crew going to reveal their picks to win the 86th edition. That's all when we return.
Okay.
Golf Central proudly presents Live from the Masters. Coverage brought to you by
Golf.
Sexio. Experience light, experience easy. Sexio, experience the difference.
Strings, something. Already mad.
The lower your drag coefficient,
Golf
the
today,
more
I got
efficient you become.
Horschel, Berger,
Such
Burns,
amazingly perfect
Stafford,
shapes run
Henley,
throughout the
Thomas.
natural world and can now be
Solid
found
team for
in your
DFS.
one. The world's most aerodynamic production vehicle, the EQS sedan. The world's most aerodynamic production vehicle, the EQS sedan.
Alright, everybody, why are we
I was
not
between
doing
club. I
any
had $2 on the line. I lost my lucky ball. I never played well with even numbered balls. Practice screens were a lot slower. Golf is full of excuses. This shaft is too whipping. 16 markers we lined up. I hit that one. This grip is crook. I had got flipping the swing thoughts. I was playing too fast. I was playing too slow. My hands have too much static. No more excuses. Get the best golf equipment and apparel at the guaranteed lowest prices at carlsgolfland.com. Land of golf plenty. Free shipping, free returns.
In Ireland, golf is more than just a game. Come and experience our world-famous links courses and our world-famous parkland courses. All set
Yeah,
alongside
we're supposed to get a bunch of rain at the Masters over the last
visit our
couple days.
world-famous historic sites.
And then we're
while you're
expecting
here,
a windy
enjoy
day
our
today, so that we'll see
hospitality. Start your journey at
who can
ireland.com/golf.
handle the wind. Everything's going to be slow.
We're combined with a fine feel, high traction,
Make the wind
creating relaxed
adjustments
grip,
today.
easy swing, and more power. Glamping. Feel is everything.
They had savers for horse, and so did I. I made a quick decision on auto, home, and life insurance,
Don't
but
want to
when that
jack those
company come
balls
through
too
when I
high
really
in the
needed
air.
them, then I found
Come
Amico.
down
That's
somewhere
why Amico was
not
named one of
good.
America's best insurance companies by Forbes. Call for a quote.
Trouble from the fairway, out of the long rough, or a tee shot? Not anymore. With the all-new, redesigned Adams Tight Lies Fairway Wooded Hybrid. Hit those high, long, consistent shots from any line. Adams' proprietary
Let's
velocity
see.
slot
Bobby
allows
Witt
the face to
Jr.
flex, propelling your ball
back
to go
in
straight off the
business
tee.
today.
Extended face technology creates a massive hit
Starting
area.
lineup.
Threshold design, the low center of gravity. I love this club.
Go online now to buytightlies.com.
He's back.
What a great day.
Again.
We got the Masters
Not from the
going on
beyond,
and opening
though
day
he
baseball.
said he was
Can't get
close.
much better than that.
Many times has he been broken?
Wow. Good down.
A man who seems to almost need to be nothing to be everything. Unmoved by all but the most extreme challenge.
Guardians versus the Royals.
Break his ankle, his body, his
Zach
spirit.
Greinke. What?
He'll tell you
Why
what,
do we have Zach Greinke starting?
needs the work.
What is
Shattered.
up with that?
And then he finds purpose. In
I
his
didn't
backyard,
know
coming
that.
5-yard
Come on
putts,
now. He's
5-yard
like
draws,
50.
hitting chip shots into a barrel. Dollar
Close.
He's in
38.
his pocket.
38. We got into the opening day starter. What's going on with the Royals?
Played the entire
Who is
game.
that? I guess it's satisfied everybody had opening
The
day.
Godfather, only with 5 episodes, as good as 1 and 2. Not done chasing ghosts.
Certainly,
Not
we
done
have a
blowing
better
our
pitcher than
minds.
Zach Greinke at 38.
Stretching the limits of what's possible, just as he did 25 years ago.
There it is. A win for the Angels.
He was young and healthy and untouched.
Yeah, it's a free MLB game.
He's
today.
now 46, with only his iron will and genius for a hard game,
MLB
as it
TV
was in
schedule.
1997.
Kansas City
That
Guardians game
and
going
his
on
need to
free.
walk hills
Oh,
and
Lord.
climb mountains. Go
Probably
ahead and find
blacked
something
out
better to
since I'm
watch.
near Kansas
You can't.
City. That's
Just got a quote from Rocco Mediate. Rocco said, "Remember what happened the last time he played a major? Bad luck." Rocco was on the other end of that Torrey Pines in 08. He said, "Remember who we are talking about. I would not," this is Rocco, "I would not be surprised if he won, and neither would Tiger." That said, he is a relative long shot. The experts have him about 51. All right. Who's your pick to win this Masters Cup?
And we've built a narrative around so many players, and Justin Thomas certainly comes to mind. I think he fits the prototype in terms of the skill set that's required and to win around here. He's certainly one that I have in mind. I'd also have Cameron Smith. I like the grittiness that he has, and again, the skill set plays into these conditions, particularly over the next few days. Are going to play into his hands of getting it up and down and battling and staying in contention. But the guy I'm going to pick, the guy who I think will give me my best run for the money, because I think he's going to be able to shake up one way or the other, is Brooks Koepka. And I just feel that, nice bit of form, got good form around Augusta National, a little bit of gnarliness in the nature that I like about him as a competitor, and I think he'll definitely give me a run for the money, and I think he'll be in the shake-up come Sunday, and my bet will still be running, I think, going into the last night Sunday.
Oh, I tip my cap to you. I didn't see that coming. It was a curveball.
It didn't mean to be.
Zach Greinke's
I like
number
that.
one. Brady
Look, I would pick a guy that has not played his best golf around here, but he's played enough around here to finally play his best golf. He's dazzled us a lot. We've seen a lot of Tiger Woods over the last few days. That's Justin Thomas.
And then we got Daniel Lynch.
You go down the list and you just can't find a reason not to make him the overwhelming favorite here. I haven't looked at what the odds makers are saying with Justin Thomas, but I don't really need to. I know what he passes the smell test, he passes the eye test, he passes the numbers test. He just does every single thing that you need to do to play well around here. It's simply a matter of time.
How about Rory?
I don't think he's playing well enough, Rich. He's around playing his miles off, and with these windy conditions come in, we know Rory struggles in the strong swirly winds, and I just don't think it's set up for him this year. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope he's wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and I want to see him, win that Grand Slam. I think it would be great for the game. I think, this modern era of player needs a Grand Slam winner, and Rory's on the verge of that, as we know, and I'd love it to happen, but I don't think he's got enough form.
When you chose Brooks Koepka, what were the other 2 or 3 players that you were considering?
Well, certainly Justin Thomas, and I knew you were going there, and I didn't want to agree with you.
I've gotten that sense over the last couple of times we've worked in. Feel for the weather, and it's a little unpredictable, but feel for a winning score.
Although the last time it was any semblance of this windy was 2007, 289 one. I mean, 289, that's the highest, equal highest score that's ever won around here. So it could be really high scoring. I'll just say that there were a couple other players, obviously, that I was thinking about coaching. I got up this morning, I don't even know why I did, but I clicked on and watched the 1983 Masters all over again, because that Sunday it was very, very windy. I just want to get a sense of what this golf is. Seve Ballesteros did his thing. I got to think of who's the closest golfer to Seve Ballesteros today. Not in charisma, we'll never find that again, but in style of play. And you can't get any better than Cameron Smith in that regard. Cameron Smith has all the facets to win around here.
Last thing, Tom Watson for the first time.
on that tee at 7:40 with Jack and Gary's
Plus,
honor.
they
That tradition started here, I believe, in 1963. I think it's one of the things that I most look forward to when I come to the Masters. A well-deserved honor for a great champion, a great man.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a huge Jack fan. Every time I get a chance to see Jack, I'm going to take it. So I look forward to that.
They will be in the studio, those three greats, tomorrow morning live from getting underway at 8 Eastern Time. We are live from the Masters.
Jorge Soler in left field.
The wait is just about over. It's Thursday at the Masters, one of the most highly anticipated days on the sports calendar. The inclement weather is moving out. That means the sunshine will replace those gray clouds more and more as morning turns to afternoon. Due to thunderstorms earlier today, Augusta National announced a 30-minute delay for all start time. So the ceremonial tee shots are just a few moments away. The honorary starters will once again be Jack Nicklaus and Gary Player, but this year they're joined by two-time Masters champion Tom Watson. Three legends in the game, all gathered for a tradition that only Augusta National can illuminate. Welcome to day one of the 86th Masters.
Okay, so who's he starting for the Rockies?
It was just this kind of elusive place that you felt like you may never get a chance to see in person.
So Tyler Manley
Augusta is a special place.
today
It
for
is
Reds.
the mecca of golf.
You feel very privileged to lay your eyes on it in real life. It's just got something magical about it.
Got Bobby
Pick up
Dahlbeck
the trees,
first, Devers
just see a little glimpse of the
third,
clubhouse at
Bogert,
the other end.
Trevor
Just to get to
Story.
Augusta, there's a sense of achievement.
Alex Verdugo is left. Then Enrique Hernandez, Jackie Bradley, and right.
Who's driven down that drive? The
You
many
know what they made
pioneers of the
Verdugo
game.
from right to left. All the fans out in right field are going to be disappointed because you always used to talk to them.
Magnolia Lane every year. It never gets old. You drive down with thoughts
Gray's
of
got
what could
Shane
be.
Flanagan starting. Rangers John Gray.
Allow yourself to
Was
think
it
those thoughts and make them
Pirates?
become reality.
Aaron Nola with Zach Wheeler day to day. Aaron Nola's getting the start today for the Phillies. Joe Musgrove for the Padres. John Means for the Orioles. Yeah. The Orioles are going to have some tough days.
Golf Central proudly presents
Yeah,
live from the
Steven
Masters.
Strasburg is out, so we got
Coverage
Patrick
presented
Corbin
by
starting for the Nationals.
Sexio.
Doug is Mets.
Since arriving in Augusta for a practice round last week, Tiger Woods has turned the sports world upside down 14 months after a horrific car accident that nearly cost him his right leg. The surprise comeback story begins today. Tiger begins his quest to match Jack Nicklaus with 6 Masters titles just after 11 a.m. Eastern. How about Rory McIlroy trying to join the most exclusive club in the sport? A win this week would complete the career Grand Slam for Rory. He would join Jack, Tiger, Gary Player, Ben Hogan, and Gene Sarazen as the only man to accomplish that incredible feat. Only 3 men have won the Masters in back-to-back years. Hideki Matsuyama gets his chance to be like Jack, Tiger, and Nick Faldo beginning at 11:15 a.m. Eastern, but Hideki's neck has been bothering him, so Japan's only male major champion is 100% coming into the league.
Dodgers have Will
And with
Smith
that, we say
catching,
good morning.
Freddie
Welcome
Freeman
live
at
from the
first,
Masters.
Gavin
Honored
Lux
to be
at
here
second,
on the grounds at
Justin
Augusta
Turner
National
at
Golf
third,
Club
Trey
alongside Mark
Turner
Rolfe
at
and Jim
short,
Gallagher Jr.
DH
The man who was a
is
co-leader
Muncie.
after the first
Left
round of
field
his
is
first
Chris
Masters
Taylor,
in 1991 on Steve Sands. It is going
Right
to
field
be a
is
great
Mookie
day. It is one of the
Betts.
great
And then
days
here's a pitching
in all of sports.
Walker
You have been
Buehler,
in the fray
Clayton
before. You
Kershaw,
played early in the morning in
Julio Urias,
1991 in your first visit
Gonsolin and
to Augusta
Dean.
National Golf Club.
And their
What is the
closers
anticipation
Craig
like for a player?
Kimbrell.
You know, you drive up and
Blake
you've done all the
Train,
prep work and you
Hudson,
think in your mind, have I done all the prep
Lucia,
work? I've done all the things I'm
Graterol,
prepared for. I
who
think the
think's
hardest
gonna
thing,
be
the hardest thing is to kind of keep the nerves intact. Because there's that anxiety. You get to the first tee, it's kind of calm, but it's that walk from the practice area to the first tee. And then you get on the first tee, your hand's shaking, you're trying to get the ball on the tee, you're just trying to focus there. But these guys have anticipated this is something you dream about your whole life, to play here. And I know these guys are going through that. These, you know, they're all established players, but it's still, it's the Masters. If you can't get fired up here, there's something wrong with you.
Corbin Burns
Mark, we've
for
been
the
saying all
Brewers.
this for a long, long time, and I've heard you say countless times, this is your favorite day of the year.
Braves, Charlie Morton.
Well, I think the anticipation that Jim was talking about, and especially with Tiger in the field now, that just totally changes everything. It's interesting. The morning weather is not really what we expected. We had heard it was going to be maybe a little cooler and windier, but that's not the case right now. Total cloud cover, not much wind at all, and quite a bit of moisture in the air. So what does that mean? A couple of things. One, the golf course is going to be softer. There's no question about it. Off the tee, the fairways will actually act a little bit wider, and I think you'll see more drivers maybe from the players in situations than you might have before. They're going to have to be very careful about controlling their trajectory and spin. That is going to be critical coming into the greens when they're just a little bit on the soft side. I think the back hole locations are going to be the toughest ones to try and control your spin, not rip it all the way off the green to the front, and certainly don't go over. And the other thing is, around the greens, I think you'll see more pitching, putting the ball up into the air because of these weather conditions. I think putting from off the greens is going to be a little more difficult, and even chipping and running, trying to bump it into the wetter grass. I think you'll have to get the ball up in the air, so it's a little bit different this morning than what was expected.
I think it's the day you're going to have to go low. This is your day. You're going to know in your mind this is the day we can score, because with the forecast coming in cooler, more wind, this is the day. And I've talked to a few of the instructors, and they said that's what the players are thinking. This is the day. We can go low today, and then after that, it's just going to get tougher and tougher.
There's no place in the world of golf that celebrates its champions like Augusta National Golf Club and recognizes the past and history. It means everything to the club and the Masters. So as the 86th playing of the Masters is about to commence, let's go down to the first fairway now and welcome in Damon Hack. Damon, what's it like down there? What's the scene like? What's the buzz like?
Steve, the anticipation is building on this very special day, the first day of the 86th Masters. But as you can see, Mother Nature has her say as well. Tee times delayed by 30 minutes. Some 1.7 inches of rain fell overnight on top of the 1.5 inches of rain that had previously fallen. So the honorary starters, that great trio of Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, and for the first time, two-time Masters champ Tom Watson. They will tee off at 8:15 a.m. Then at 8:30, we'll have Jose Maria Olazabal and J.J. Spaun. And this 86th Masters will be underway. Now, the good news, the forecast will improve as the day wears on. Supposed to be partly cloudy skies around lunchtime, temperatures reaching the low to mid-70s. And I tell you, Steve, if the brake lights that we saw on Washington Road at 6 a.m. this morning are any indication, there are a lot of excited people for this opening round.
Oh, there's no question that patrons cannot wait for the gates to open and arrive here onto the grounds of Augusta National Golf Club. And one of the reasons is because Tiger Woods is back. You've been around Tiger and the people in his camp the last couple of days. You've seen him walking on the golf course and swinging the golf club. What's your perspective right now on Tiger Woods, who goes out now 30 minutes later at 11:04 a.m. Eastern Time?
Steve, he remains the story of these 86th Masters. He is front page, bull type, above the fold, even now. And it's been a very busy week leading up to this first round for him, trying to get his body ready. As we know, played 18 holes last week with his son Charlie and Justin Thomas. 9 on Sunday, 9 on Monday, and then 9 more yesterday. I was able to follow parts of his second 9 yesterday and watched him really kind of laboring as he walked down the hill on 10 and 15 specifically. Spent 2 hours and 45 minutes on the golf course, and then went over to the practice putting green where he spent 25 minutes. I watched him make his first 16 putts in a row. That club seems to be working for the 15th time major champ. As far as Wednesday evening, the plan was rest, rehabilitation, and working out. And finding that combination for the rest of this week will be the most important thing that Tiger Woods has to do, to find a way to compete over 72 holes here at the 86th Masters.
My starting lineup, I got Will.
All right, Dana, thank you very much. Get up to the first tee and enjoy these ceremonial tee shots from Jack, Gary, and Tom Watson, which takes place at 8:15 a.m. local time. Back to 1994, Bernard Langer put the green jacket on the Spaniard Jose Jose
Ryan
Maria
Tellez, Colt
Olazabal
Long,
followed
and
in his
Depot.
hero's footsteps, Seve Ballesteros, in winning a green jacket. And then he did the same thing that Seve did 5 years later, winning it a second time in 1999, holding off Greg Norman, among others, to win a Masters for the second time in the same decade, and he is in the first group out today. It should be an exciting time to watch Jose Maria Olazabal and the rest of the Masters champions and the other players in the field of 91 competitors this week.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys were really planning on kind of a little bit of a miss this morning. I mean, we know it looked like the rain forecast was going to be slower. They went through the night. They were still raining at 5 o'clock very hard. So these guys will make that adjustment. The players who played Monday, completely different golf course. You know, he's been around here enough to know how to make the adjustments. But I think that's changed some of the strategies, as Mark said. Maybe some drivers, the golf course will play extremely long today. And as he said, between the spins the difficult part.
It always seems on Thursday, Mark, that a past champion kind of wakes up a little bit, gets this place jumping by playing well early. But this is a very, very long golf course for Jose Maria Olazabal.
Be a big ask, no question about it. It's going to play quite long for him. He really is the prototype player for Augusta National, though. He's got a couple of green jackets, made the cut last year here. Was never a great driver of the golf ball, so much of his game was patterned after the fabulous Seve Ballesteros. But you know, Olazabal had a wonderful iron game. He was great in approaches and a magical short game. And so many of the Masters champions had to display those qualities, and that's really what Olazabal had. Now, can he get around Augusta National today doing that? It'll be difficult. Again, the course is going to play really long. I would think a really good goal for him would be to go out and shoot par today. If he could do that, I think that'd be a very nice start for him.
Yeah, the rhythm looks good. He's just done a lot of speed in the swing right now. And I think that's, like you said, it's going to play extremely long for him. And, you know, fighting injuries and all that over the last few years. But it's just, it gets tougher as you get older, obviously. But it's that special moment. You always feel like, hey, this could be the day, but it's going to be a tough day out there.
You think of Seve Ballesteros with his pair, you think Jose Maria Olazabal with his pair, Sergio Garcia in 2017. Perhaps that bodes well for Jon Rahm, who comes to the Masters for the first time as a major champion, winning the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. Larry Mize, the 87 winner, on the left, going out at 8:52 a.m. Eastern Time. There's Sepp Straka in the middle, and Francesco Molinari, a two-shot lead on the 12th tee in 2019, playing alongside Tiger Woods. He rinsed his tee shot. That was the end of the chance for Francesco Molinari to win the green jacket, the first Italian to do so. But let's talk about the man in the middle there, Sepp Straka. Mark, I heard you say yesterday and this morning that he's one of your dark horses, the winner of the Honda Classic earlier this year. First time playing in the Masters. Why so for Sepp?
Well, if you take a look at the way he won the Honda Classic, that is really a ball striker's course, especially the approach shots are very important, dangerous iron shots into a number of those greens. He led in strokes gained off the tee and approaches that week. I don't know, I love his attitude. It certainly didn't overwhelm him at all. I thought it was a great performance for him 2 weeks later. Went to the Players and finished top 10 there. So there was no sort of hangover from the victory at all by Straka. And I love his attitude. He's got a tremendous attitude, plays with a sense of freedom. I wouldn't be surprised to see him contend this week.
1979, Jim, Fuzzy Zoeller, the last man to win the Masters in his first attempt at a green jacket. You know what it's like. We talked about that earlier. 1991, you go out there and play for the first time. How long does it take to learn this golf course? Can you do it in a couple of practice rounds?
Not in a couple of practice rounds, but I talked to Timmy Overton, who was his short game instructor, and he said they've been working on trying to be consistent with his putting. The thing on Sepp is he was a little inconsistent, and he works with John Tillery. And the thing they were talking about is he got out there with Kevin Kisner this week, who is, I think this is his sixth, maybe his seventh Masters, and he showed him, here's where you want to hit here, blah, blah, blah. So those are the keys to get around. Can you learn it in 2 or 3 days? No. I think it takes you a few times around, a few years, just to kind of make some mistakes, learn from those mistakes. But I think Mark hit on it great. If you can play with freedom, that's a huge advantage, because this golf course can keep you from doing that, and it can do some funny things with your mind. But this is the part, you're relaxed right here on the practice area. This is relaxing. It's that walk over and getting over, but so far so good for him. But he's playing some great golf.
There's a lot less oxygen on the first tee than there is in the tournament practice area. So Sepp Straka goes down. 8 minutes before 9 a.m. Eastern time with Francesco Molinari and that man, Larry Mize. The Augusta native winning in 87 in dramatic fashion. And with the changes to 11, we might never see a shot like that in that playoff against Greg Norman.
How will your business adapt to change? You could hire an office full of Peyton Mannings.
No, Peyton. Morning, Peyton. Over, Peyton.
They'd huddle.
Welcome to the Peytonverse. Such a visionary.
Game plan.
You go. No, you go.
And call audibles.
Double our investment in Omaha. Omaha!
Or you could use Workday. The finance, HR, and planning system used by over half of the Fortune 500 for a be agile like an MVP world. Workday for a changing world.
Not all grills are created equal. For starters, Napoleon's ignition system uses jet engine technology. Our precision burners cook evenly, no matter what Mother Nature throws at you.
Yeah, let me grab
And our sizzle zones like grilling on the sun.
cards.
Put it all together and see why with Napoleon, built different means built better.
The Premier Series. A classic reinvented. With the latest tech, engineering, innovation, and tour-proven performance. Yeah, sure, it's a classic. Just completely reimagined.
You found that perfect house, but the competition is tight. Don't worry, you've got Rocket Mortgage. So you got this. Just like Ricky Fowler on a putt-putt course. That's right, kid? With Rocket Mortgage, you can update and send your new offer whenever you need to, from wherever you are. If you need to finance your new home like a pro, Rocket can.
From majestic fairways to challenging boundaries and spectacular greens, for just about any hazard you might find, we'll keep you covered off the course. From cargo liners, bunch stem, floor liners, and more, nothing protects like WeatherTech. Order at WeatherTech.com. WeatherTech, made right in America.
At Hampton by Hilton, contactless arrival means she can skip the front desk, go straight to her room, unlock her door, and head right to bed. Book our family of brands at Hilton.com. To new memories, Hilton.
The mist is continuing. Kind of gray, a little bit foggy. We're supposed to lift here in the next couple of hours. And as Damon alluded to earlier from the first fairway, the sky should clear. The wind won't pick up as much as they anticipated today, but tomorrow and Saturday it is supposed to howl here. So today might be the day to get after it scoring-wise.
Absolutely, I think you're right. I mean, the wind's going to be the big defense out here. We're going to see that change, and it's going to cool off. I talked to Dad yesterday, and it was cooling off back home. So we usually a day to go away.
And Vijay Singh, all the way back 22 years to 2000 when Vijay Singh shot a 10 under par, 278 total to beat Ernie Els by 3 shots to win his Masters title. This is his 29th consecutive start, and we talked about veterans, we talked about Masters champions. Maybe it's Vijay who posts that 1 under or 2 under score that we seemingly see every single year on Thursday at the Masters.
You could be the guy to do it, Steve. A lot of things I like about his chances today, not the least of which he can hit the ball really high. I think especially off the tee, you're going to get the ball up in the air today. If you're hitting low bullets off the tee, they're not going to scamper a whole lot on these fairways right now. So he tends to launch the ball high in the air. He's not a real high spin player. He's not going to hit a lot of of wedges that have a lot of backspin on them. He can kind of dead hand these wedge shots a lot. I think you'll see him doing it right here. That's going to be, again, I'll say it all morning, controlling the trajectory and spin is going to be really important with these conditions.
3 major championships, including the Masters in 2000, 34 career wins on the PGA Tour. He's in the World Golf Hall of Fame. He is one of the most underappreciated superstars in the history of the game.
Yeah, he doesn't get the credit he should, and I've played with him several times, and that smooth swing, I mean, it doesn't change. The thing for him is the consistency on the greens, making the putts he needs to make, but nobody really works much harder than he does. He continues, he loves it. It's golf is his life. It's 24/7, and he'll play both PGA Tour champions. Finished 3rd in Hawaii this season, just missing out by a shot for the playoff. But he's just one of those competitors, you're right. I think length, this is one of the guys, if you guys look at the past champions, that has the length to do it, plus the ball flight. But he is very underappreciated, the career he's had.
And Mark, he's done a lot of that over the years. Standing on a range, hitting golf balls. Nobody has ever outworked Vijay Singh.
No, that's for sure.
So Vijay Singh, the only man from Fiji to ever win the Masters, the only man from Italy, could have been this guy, Francesco Molinari. In 2019, we talked about it. He had that 2-shot lead on the tee at 12, but he went after the flag, pushed that ball a little bit. It went into the water, and that drowned out his chances to slip on a green jacket.
Every launch pad has a mission control. Every headquarters, a nerve center. Every spacecraft, a command module. And the EQS sedan has this. The MBUX Hyperscreen, a 56-inch interactive display that listens, learns, and anticipates. Captain, the ship is yours. In a game where every inch counts, Titleist unlocks your best iron play. Titleist T-Series irons, precise in every dimension. Toyota, let's go places.
And I walk out, and my car is dented.
Well, Geico does offer 24/7 claim service with personalised attention from the side team. 24/7, they're not actually with you 24/7. They're just available whenever you need them.
Oh, okay, good. Because I took an online quiz, and it turns out I'm an introvert.
I actually think I'm an introvert too.
Oh no, it's incredibly rare.
I don't think that's right. Sorry. Okay.
Geico, your claims team is here for you 24/7.
So please don't don't ever change a thing. Just let me take this and hold it tight. Why don't we wait now?
Live from the Masters, all week on Golf.
Welcome back to Live from the Masters. Can this thing just start already? A little delay early. You see the tournament practice area. Guys filing onto it to get ready for the first round of the Masters here at Augusta National. A little rain early. Things, though, should be cleared up later in the day. So for the third straight day, we've had a delay or suspension to play at the Masters. That's the bad news. Inside our Golf Channel studios, I'm George Savarickas. The good news today, today's delay, only 30 minutes, so the first group will officially start at the 86th edition of the Masters at the bottom of the hour. Here's the forecast going forward, what to look for today. Temps in the mid-70s. How about that wind? Should be about 16 miles an hour. Friday, low 20s. Saturday, more wind in store. So the wind, really the big story as the rain clears out. A lot of sun by Saturday and Sunday. You would hope things would start to firm up a bit at Augusta National. If there's any course that can handle a little rain, it is Augusta National for sure. Some of the big names in the early wave on their expectations coming into the Masters.
AA and before is rocking it.
I think I can win every time I tee it up. It's just about, do I have my game? Do I have the golf swing? Do I have my chipping? Do I have my putting? All in the right place to set myself up to have a chance to win. I know I've talked to Tiger about all that matters. That back nine. You got to get yourself to that back nine. And close to the lead. That's all that matters. And I haven't really done that recently, so I've got to work on getting back there with all facets of my game. Better than where they have been.
I think just playing major championship golf, especially around a golf course like this, where you have to be so focused for all the holes. You can score well in some spots out here, and if you're playing poorly, you're going to get yourself in trouble really quickly. And so the level of focus, especially around this golf course, is so high, and you have to be on for so long, that it's definitely different than approaching a regular PGA Tour event. There's definitely more stress with all the people being around and with the emphasis placed on this tournament because it's the Masters, and so the week is definitely it's a long week.
Tiger, you've said countless times throughout your career that you don't enter a golf tournament unless you think that you can win it. So the question is simple: do you think you can win the Masters this week?
I do.
And what have you seen in your preparation that leads you to believe that?
Well, I can hit it just fine, and I don't have any qualms about what I can do physically from a golf standpoint. It's now walking is a hard part. This is normally not a to begin with. Now, given the distance that my leg is in, it gets a little more difficult. And that's 72 holes is a long road, and it's going to be a tough challenge and a challenge that I'm up for.
Tiger saying I do to the question, do you think you can win the Masters? That doesn't get you fired up to run through a wall for this first round, then you just don't have a pulse. So in golf, you need a little math, obviously, keeping your score for the first round groupings. You got to add a half hour with this delay. So Bryson DeChambeau, 10:53 a.m. Eastern Time. Tiger, 2 minutes later for 10:34. That is now 11:04. Defending champ Hideki Matsuyama was dinged up off at 11:15. And then world number one, Scotty Scheffler, first start in that position, 11:26.
Scheffler
Eastern Time.
Have a real good shot winning this Masters.
All vibe team, definitely. Fred Couples, 30 years ago, 1992 Masters champ. That was Fred's moment. How'd that ball stay up on 12? Still amazing to think 30 years later. He's off at 9:03 a.m. Eastern Time. This is live from the Masters.
Golf Central proudly presents Live from the Masters. Coverage brought to you by Zexio. Experience light, experience easy. Zexio, experience the difference.
This is where each new season blooms. Here, nature is so majestic and tradition flows so deep that only the most reverent shall.
Alright, here's the cards going into auction. This is a real nice AJ Puck Topps Chrome rookie. Immaculate condition. Here's that fired up of Blackman going to auction. And if you guys want to make an offer on any of this stuff, just post it up there on the chat screen and I'll let you know if I'm up for it. This is this is sweet. This is that immaculate. Rookie patch auto to 99, Andres Munoz.
Get fit today.
That is sexiness. '20 Panini Immaculate. Oops.
KPMG asks, what are you shooting for?
celebrating the next generation of women leaders. KPMG, proud sponsor of the KPMG Women's PGA Championship.
I'm impressed by the passion for sustainability here. It's a big push towards honoring the land and honoring their home and the sea.
We consider ourselves being stewards of the reefs out here. We have a vested interest in the health of our reefs. We see it every day.
We can go visit with the whales. There's a way to do that without disrupting their world. Same can be said for the beach and the mountains. Everything can be used.
I guess I gotta remove these.
Hey Bryson.
What up?
I was just going to
go.
Bristow's new online ball fitting.
Pretty sweet, huh?
Yeah, very cool.
Alright, so there's the Munoz.
AXS up his leg.
Nice. I gotta fit to the Tour
Let's
VX.
see what that's got going on.
Hold on, here's Fred.
Hey guys. What am I doing this week?
You never look better, Freddie.
Find your fit at BristolGolf.com.
So 2020 Immaculate.
Well, the rain is starting to go away. The clouds are starting and the fog are starting to lift a little bit. It's getting more clear out there. Across the first fairway, through that pine straw, those tall Georgia pines, is then the ninth fairway, which goes down to the left and then back up the hill to the ninth green. On a Thursday morning at the 86th Masters, play was delayed about 30 minutes because of thunderstorms overnight. As Damon said, this golf course received a lot of rain. Good time to check in on the electric performances presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Andres.
Why not celebrate the 30-year anniversary of Fred Couples winning the
Seattle now,
Masters
23-year-old pitcher. Nice.
Stayed dry at 12. Jim
It was a miracle,
oh,
no doubt.
Gosh. 1991 winner.
He is the #1 bullpen pitcher.
Young Fred Couples. There was a lot of brown hair ago for Fred Martin.
That's great to see Freddie.
This will be his first year. I played a little bit, played one game in majors last year.
Time-honored traditions, Mark Rothing, as Jim Gallagher joins us for the first time here.
Yeah, he could be a nice stud here.
Is seeing Freddie on the range. The question, Jim, is: have you ever watched this in the morning with us?
I have watched some of it, yes.
The question is:
Hopefully he turns into a starter.
will he chat and rub shoulders more, or will he hit more golf balls to prepare for the first round of the Masters?
My dad used to get on to me about
23 years old, Munoz is young.
Talking to all the sailors, and I was like, well, you know,
Plenty
just
of
trying to
time
relax. But
to-
you're right. He does a lot of that. And that's, you know, that's his way of doing it. And
It's his favorite week of the year.
It is.
It's his favorite golf course of the year. It's his favorite tournament of the year.
Take it
Freddie
all.
has not played a lot of golf on the PGA Tour Champions, but he's here,
I think it
and
would
there's
be
no way in
around
the world he would ever miss it. He had
30
the opportunity
bucks
at
or so,
62 years of age.
maybe a little
He is
bit more
playing in
because
the
we got
Masters
the
for the 37th time.
yeah, made 30 cuts. And he had a long streak going there for a while. It was pretty impressive.
probably
when you come to a
30
golf
bucks.
course that's your favorite, Mark, you just automatically know or expect to play well. It's just a love.
You know, he's been showing us some signs of brilliance here in the last few Masters also. Has gotten off to a decent start a couple of times. Seems to kind of lose a little energy later in the week, probably, and that's, you know, no huge surprise at Freddie's age. But I think the warm temperature this morning is actually going to help him a little bit with the back issues that he has.
As we bring in Damon Hack once again, Damon, it's interesting to follow Freddie's career. Since he became a President's Cup captain, he has become so relevant to the younger generation. He's become friends with all of these guys. Everybody likes to be around him, Damon, including Tiger Woods.
Okay,
Such a great point he makes, Steve. And even though he is everybody's favorite uncle, it belies still a competitive fire and spirit, especially when he drives down Magnolia Lane. He has the 11 career top 10 finishes. He has the most Masters cuts of any active player. He has the record for the longest streak of consecutive
card
cuts.
quality. Looks awesome.
I actually spoke to his college buddy and CBS announcer Jim Nance, and I asked him just a few months ago, do you think that Fred Couples at 62 could win the Masters? And he said, my belief in Freddie's ability, even to this day, is sky high. I think he's going to win the Masters again. I have total belief in my friend. I'd love to see it one more time. It can happen. happen. Now, maybe Jim is a little bit biased about his dear
Looking
friend,
really
but I tell you,
good.
Fred has a lot of pride as well. I asked Fred a couple months ago the same question. He said, I can still play. As long as I can compete, I'll come back. A lot of older guys have done well here, and they're the best players ever. Ray Floyd, Tom Watson. So I look at it like that. I have a chance to play well.
There's no reason to think that he can't play well for a couple of days, as Mark alluded to. It really is the weekend that gives him a little bit of trouble, because at some point you just run out of gas at 62 years of age. But we talked about Justin Thomas and Tiger Woods playing practice rounds together because they're really good friends. The third guy in that group the last few days, this man, Fred Couples. What is it about Freddie that everybody loves so much?
He just makes you relaxed. And you know, I think just the knowledge he has around here too is, why wouldn't you? I played practice round with him. I tried to pick his brain early on. And he, you know, just to try to get the ideas, you know, he makes you feel at ease. And he's just one of those guys, like I said, he wants to hang out with you, and you want to hang out with him.
His mentor here at Augusta National was the winner in 1976, Raymond Floyd, and Freddie has told me over the years, it's one of the great traditions.
All right, guys, here's that immaculate.
And kind of pick their brain. They tell them a lot of things, but they don't tell them exactly everything about the golf course. And Freddie thinks it's important that he pays it forward as well. And
$30, guys. $30. Anybody wants it for 30?
He is as approachable as
Let me
anybody
know.
in the world of golf. All you want to do is chunk a little less, score a little less, duff a little less. Obviously, what you need is a CBX.
Munoz is 23 years old. He's got a lot of, got a whole career in front of him.
Everyone on social media is trying.
So anyway,
If you don't have the right auto insurance coverage, you could be left to pay for all of this.
$30 on Munoz, and it's yours. Just type "take" in the chat screen if you want it.
That's hard. Teaching your kids and teens to be good with money. That's easy with Greenlight.
This will be listed at 35 on eBay.
That helps families learn to earn, save, spend wisely,
You can have it for 30 now if you want it.
best investment, and see The Bad Guys in theaters. Rated PG.
Ever wonder what everyone's doing on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. The groom's parents. They
Got
just
some
found out
shipping
they were
and
being
stuff
realized for a
on it.
second honeymoon.
Not
Romance
terrible,
is in the
but
air. Like these two. He's realizing he's in love, and that his dating app just went up. Must be fake. And
so
Phil,
that's
he forgot a
gonna
gift, so he's sending
be
a happy
listed
couple
on eBay unless anybody wants it. There's that Jasil De La Cruz.
What would you like the power to do?
First Bowman, first edition.
Our bold Bitcraft slow-smoked turkey breast is patiently seasoned in a dry rub, including Guajillo chili pepper and brown sugar. Then slow roasted over real mesquite wood. Your pre-packaged turkey plans? Well, they just went up in smoke. Bold Bitcraft slow-smoked turkey breast, only from Boar's Head. Compromise.
It's the final college golf event of the regular season. As the best schools in the nation tee off in the 75th anniversary of Western Intercollegiate.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna save that.
Here's to the golfers, to the first team trash talkers, the bet makers, and the shot takers. To those who know.
Ah, nice. Jonathan Daza.
Time on Golf Now. Go play.
That is a National Treasures. Daza at 17 of 25 auto relic. Dugout collection. Oh, it's immaculate. Oh, I thought it was National Treasures. Dugout collection.
As the Masters is about to begin, something's wrong with you. Seriously. If you are
Dual relic. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 different colors in it.
fabulous anticipation of greatness ahead.
Gorgeous card of Daza to 25, 17 to 25.
Here, the 86 Masters, Jose Maria Olazabal in that first group, the 94 and 99 champion. We saw him a little bit earlier behind us here on the range portion of the tournament practice area. As we welcome in Ryan Lavner and Rex Hoggard. And Rex, you were just beside the first tee for the ceremonial tee shots by the honorary starters. Jack Nicklaus and Gary Player have been doing it for a while, but Tom Watson was there for the first time this morning. What was it like?
I think he went last, and I think there was some nerves, oddly enough. I mean, here's someone that's done it his whole life, done it on such a scale, done it at such a level, and yet once you get in that setting that you've never been in before, it's amazing to think this was new to him. And I think there was some nervous energy, some nervous laughter, but he ended up hitting the fairway. It was fun.
He had a long speech before he hit the tee shot. He wanted everybody to understand what it meant for him to be joining that special club with Jack and Gary. What did he say?
I think he just talked about, again, how special that was. I mean, this is one of the most exclusive clubs in all of golf, and you wait around, you hope it's going to happen, and then when it finally does, I think you want to appreciate it as much as you possibly can, and Tom did a good job of that. And to your point, misty, a little bit cold this morning, packed around the first tee. It is a special, special moment.
Before we get to Ryan, did the three of them rip it down the fairway about 305?
Much better than Ryan would have.
I'm going high right, spinny cut about 230. Ryan, there's no way in the world we can have you guys up here and not discuss the massive
The 25.
How much of a surprise was it
Looks like they're
that
going
he
for about
arrived
50
here last
bucks.
week and is going to put the peg in the ground this morning?
Hugely surprising. I think when you look back 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think the odds were that he was not going to play, and I think everyone kind of targeted the Open Championship at St. Andrews is kind of a logical starting place for him. Gives him 3 months more recovery. Obviously, a flat golf course there at the old course. So to have him back here, I mean, it's basically queuing up one of the most highly anticipated rounds of Tiger's decorated career. And he made such an interesting
Let's see what this bad boy
days ago, where he said it's kind of like putting Humpty Dumpty back together, back together, both pre and post round. The therapy, the treatment. I think we'd all love to be flies on the wall just to see what that process is. But he's gonna have 24 hours of recovery. That's exactly what Tiger needs heading into this Open.
Rex, if you're penning a story before the Masters begins with Tiger and how it ends with Tiger, what's your vision?
We did this yesterday on GolfChannel.com when we were doing expectations or how would Tiger fare, and I think we disagreed a little bit because I thought 72 holes is going to be a victory, and I know Tiger doesn't look at it that way. I understand he's here to win. I just think everything we've been through, I mean, just go back, we were talking about this yesterday, go back to the World Golf Hall of Fame, even just a few weeks ago, he was still moving around very tenderly. It's not as though you looked at him and thought, oh, that's someone who's ready to go 72 holes on what is a very demanding golf course. So I think if he can make the cut, which isn't, this is probably the easiest of the majors to make the cut, and anything inside the top 30, I think that's a huge accomplishment.
Alright, let's check her out here.
To me, Tiger Woods does not show up here without seeing in practice at home in South Florida and then during his practice sessions here, both on the tournament practice area and out on the golf course. If he does not see signs of progress that he still has the goods, then he would not be here.
Beautiful
This the easiest cut to make. I could see him certainly kind of playing his way into contention. Look at the history of his performances here at Augusta National. He's right around that 70 to 72 start, just twice in his
great on the
Masters career.
front.
Does he have a round in the 60s? I think he eases his way in, and I think the weekend, all bets are off. The one thing that stood out, and we were talking about this yesterday, from his press conference earlier in the week, was when he was here last week with Charlie and Justin Thomas, and he played 27 holes, 18 on the big course, and then Charlie wanted to play 9 on the par 3 golf course. It immediately dawned on me that he was able to do that. His body held up, and then the next morning, because that's always going to be the litmus test. How is he going to feel the next morning? Could he put Humpty Dumpty back together again? Clearly he could.
In 1986, Jack won his 6th green jacket. He was
Yeah, this is definitely mint. This is nice. Jonathan
Daza.
Daza.
6 years of age, and he has a chance to win for the 6th time to match Jack Nicklaus for the all-time record here at Augusta National Golf Club. Let's pivot to Bryson DeChambeau.
So, anyone wants it for 50?
At Wingfoot thought he's going to come here, formulate a game plan,
Let me
and perhaps
know.
put it together. Didn't work out
There it
the last
is,
couple times.
17 to
What do you make of
25.
Bryce's chances this week?
I was talking to a member of his team yesterday. He said this is a place that has tortured and teased Bryson, even in good health, even in the best of times.
So we go 50 on that. That is mint.
And he's still kind of formulating a strategy that's going to be best for him. I think he needs to
In
kind
my
of
opinion,
check his
anyway.
ego Obviously, the injury concern is a huge one. This is a 4-month
Could
injury.
be better than that. Here we go. This is a ticket right here, baby.
He's back here in 2 months.
Tops triple threads, Dylan Cease.
For a lot of people, Rex, and one of the things that's interesting
This
about
stuff
Bryson
is
and his
in
game plan is you
fuego.
can't play this place like you play a U.S. Open at Winged Foot. If you spray the ball at all with that power, which is there's no chance of it being as
Take
accurate
it
as you
out.
dial it back. The rough at a U.S. Open or a PGA Championship is going to catch some of those golf balls, and then he can use his power with a shorter club out of the rough and make some putts. Here, if you hit it wide, you're going to go to the pine start the trees. It's a totally different feel.
Alright, here's the Dylan
I'll go back
Cease.
to 2020 because that's the great example. We were all breathless coming into
Tribute
this event. He was
autograph
in the fall.
card.
He had just dismantled Winged Foot. when we
And
all
check
felt
that
like,
out
oh, there's
to
no way he can do this
150.
with that style of play, and he simply hasn't got it done. You're
Gorgeous
right, there
card.
is an enigma here. The part that
Let's
I'm
see
curious
what
about, he
she's
said
looking
he's at
like.
80%. I'm curious if 80% of Bryson is good enough to do it here. And look, this is a precise golf course. Winged Foot, he could kind of bash it. If everyone's missing fairways, he could just kind of gouge it out of the rough.
Alright.
Here, you need to be precise, and much play is
Corner.
always been a shortcoming.
Let's talk about Scottie Scheffler quickly. The #1 player in the world. He's only been #1 for a couple of weeks. He's won 3 times in his last
Wow,
5 starts
looking good.
on the PGA Tour. This is his 3rd visit to Augusta, and he has Ted Scott on the bag for the first time, who was on the bag for Bubba in 2012 and 2014. What do you think of Scotty this week?
I always think that caddies probably get too much credit in victory, just like coaches, and probably too much blame in defeat. But after he won the match play, I had a chance to sit down and
Yeah,
talk with
another
Scotty, talk
Mint-
with people in
Mint
his
Plus
team about what Ted
area.
Scott brings to the table. And I don't
Gorgeous.
think it's any coincidence. I remember covering the Houston Open when I thought for sure Scotty was going to get that one done. That was going to be the first tour of it, his first tour victory. He didn't get it done. The very next week, Ted Scott's on the bag, and you just look at what has happened since then. He's only won 3 times in the last 5 events, and you pointed it out. Bubba, what Ted Scott has done
Again,
here,
there's the
it's going to
Dylan
make things much, much
Cease.
easier for Scott.
Ryan, it's a completely different scenario, but when he was the captain's pick over Sam Burns last year, there was a little bit of a debate as to whether
See
it
what
was
that
Scotty
puppy's
or
selling
Sam. I remember
for.
Steve Stricker saying it was some straights. This is really going to help him propelling forward in his PGA Tour career. Match play versus stroke play. Why does the confidence of playing well, 2-0-1 by the way was his record at Western Straits. Why is it that confidence at a match play event in a competition like the Ryder Cup can somehow spring you forward to having success the following year in stroke play when you're playing by yourself on the PGA Tour?
I don't think it was actually the competition at the Ryder Cup. To Scotty, he's mentioned this a couple times now, it was the feeling of being wanted by the other top players in the world, that they had his back, that they actually wanted him to participate on that team. And then, of course, on Sunday, with that dramatic victory over John Rahm, certainly gave him a boost of confidence. Now, this isn't a hot streak. I mean, this is who Scottie Scheffler is. This is who Scotty has been throughout the course of his career. He was the best junior player. He was a great player in college, even though he was dealing with some injury issues and issues with his swing. This is who Scotty is. He's a top 5, top 10 player in the world for the foreseeable future.
I was just going to ask, is this greatness or is this just a hot streak? But you just answered that. So Rex, as you look at his short game, everybody knows he gets that high ball, and everybody knows he has the confidence with those 3 wins, and what happens on the Whistling Straits has obviously moved him forward into a different realm. But now he's the #1 player in the world, and he brings a short game to a place that you really need a short game here to Augusta. Can he break through and win his first major this week?
Of course he can. I picked him, and it's low hanging fruit. I did. I mean, it's low hanging fruit. The world #1. That's right. I'm really good at chalk. If you look at my record throughout the history. The part that stands out to me is after he wins the match play, I talked with his coach Randy Smith about how much he loves the big moment. There's no bigger moment than this. And we talk about this is just his 3rd start. Usually it takes a little while to understand it. When I asked him about that earlier, and the way he pointed out that in the 2nd round last year he played with Phil Mickelson, the final round he played with Tiger Woods, he said he learned a lot just watching.
He's got that perfect demeanor. I know he's from Texas, but he's kind of a
Alright, I gotta run to the bathroom. I shall return.
He's very positive. He has a great upbeat attitude. I don't think he's phased at all by the attention that's being brought around world #1. Obviously, having Tiger here kind of takes the spotlight away from everyone. But you look at his skill set, great driver, irons sky high, great short game. There is zero reason why Scottie Scheffler could not contend.
When's the next taping of the Golf Central podcast?
Yesterday. You missed it. You missed it. You got the invite. You didn't show up. It was digital, and you still didn't show up.
Wasn't invited.
Maybe next week. It's like a week's program. Yeah.
Once a week. The Golf Central podcast, Ryan Lavner and Rex Fogger. Wherever you hear your podcast, make sure you tune in to these 2 guys. Look at that, you even get a graphic on the lower screen there. Bless. Television's Ryan Lavner and Rex Iger. Follow them all week long on golfchannel.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
To adapt in a changing world, you could hire a professor of theoretical mathematics.
We all know this equation, right?
He'd crunch numbers day and night.
That's it.
To maximize profitability.
Morning. I have quarterly numbers. They're beautiful.
And forecast revenue from every corner of your organization.
Is that important?
Or you could use Workday, the finance, HR, and planning system that helps CFOs make better decisions faster. For a solve problems like a genius world. Workday, for a changing world.
I never played well in these songs. I never played well when it's... Was that tree always there? Who didn't rake this ball? I played better in metal spikes. Too many wormholes in this fairways. Geese were staring at me. My Band-Aid came loose right in my downswing. Golf is full of excuses. My shirt isn't wicking enough. My new pants are riding too high. I swear that tee box is slanted. My driver is too whippy. My caddy is too old. No more excuses. That's golf equipment and apparel with the guaranteed lowest prices at carlsgolfland.com. The land of golf planning. Free shipping, free returns.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
I promise to be a careful steward of the things that matter to you most.
I promise to bring you advice that fits your values.
I promise our relationship will be one of trust and transparency.
As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interests first, always.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
In Ireland, golf is more than just a game. Come and experience our world-famous links courses and our world-famous...
I'm going to go 50 on the Dylan Cease.
Alongside world-famous scenery. And visit our world-famous...
That baby is definitely mint.
And while you're here, enjoy our
or better.
world-famous hospitality. Start your journey at ireland.com/golf.
Probably need to feel like you're flipping more left.
Photos taken of that bad boy.
I'm just trying to do
It'll be going up on eBay today. Unless anybody wants it now. Guys, don't forget I got the on-demand MLB and NFL random teams.
Now grab the Sunday.
Send me a text or put a message on the chat screen. Let me know when you paid your PayPal, and I will break it as soon as that
We've all been waiting
happens.
for 86 Masters officially underway. Fun part of the week where we're starting with that blank canvas and storylines. Augusta National will paint over the coming days. But we all knew the headline, not exactly a tough one to figure out. Tiger returns. I'm George Savaricas at our golf
Tiger
channel.
Woods back in the Masters.
Tiger Woods has ended his week at Augusta National by slipping on the green jacket. What a story number 6 would be. But we all remember his first, all the way back in 1997. If anyone goes out in 40 this week, their first 9, you can't count them out, because that's how Tiger started his week in 97. Went 40, 30, winds up 18 under for the week, setting the tournament scoring record at that time, ultimately eclipsed by Dustin Johnson. Just some of the notable records that Tiger set in 1997. Set 20 Masters records, tied 6 others, like I mentioned, that 72-hole scoring mark at that time. A seminal moment for golf fans and sports fans, and 2-time Masters champ Jose Maria Olazabal on the significance of Tiger's win 25 years ago, back in 97.
What I remember is he outlived everybody. You know, he was well ahead, he stayed ahead, and he increased the lead every day. So I mean, it was just wonderful to watch. I had the opportunity to play with him in '95, still as an amateur, and I was really impressed. Obviously, the speed of the swing, how long he was hitting it, and it was wonderful to watch, I have to say.
First round group for Tiger Woods. Louis Oosthuizen and Joaquin Niemann. What a show that's going to be.
Blackman fired up. Tops Fire is hollow or chrome
Still to
as
come
well.
on live from the Masters. one of the best nicknames on the PGA Tour, along with one of the most fun personalities, Hicks, preparing for his Masters debut off at 9:36 a.m.
Yeah, this is the
We're gonna
fired
have
up
more
of
on live from the
Blackman.
Masters coming up.
Golf Central proudly presents live.
You know, make me an offer on any of these things that I'm posting or getting ready to post up to eBay, guys. If you're interested, shoot it up.
Every launch pad has a mission control. Every headquarters, a nerve center.
Got some cool stuff coming up here. You got David Cohn coming up next. Conehead.
The MBUX Hyperscreen, a 56-inch interactive display that listens, learns, and anticipates. Captain, the ship is yours.
I don't feel bad. Maybe I should. Why are you mad? I told you that this would happen. Then you forgot that I don't feel. No, I don't. No, I don't feel bad.
When the elements are working against you, being confident in your grip on the road is what really matters. Bridgestone of Lenza tires, improved acceleration.
Alright, check this one out. Conehead. Triple threads, 28 of 199. David Cohn. Gorgeous. Tribute auto.
With unmatched accuracy and performance, both indoors and out. Improve your game, boost your confidence, lower your scores. The Bushnell Launch Pro. Accuracy above all.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Ooh, bacon.
Oh wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anyway.
Burritos.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
It's not about how fast you run. It's about how well you slow
Yeah,
down.
let's see what we got here on quality of the car.
Is your light beer premiere?
Some of the wonderful images from the first tee, the honorary starters. There's Gary and Tom in the background with Jack, starting in 2010. How about Gary Player? He's been doing it since 2012, and this morning, for the very first time, Tom Watson joined his good friends Gary Player and Jack Nicklaus as an honorary starter here to get the 86th Masters underway, and we will have Tom Watson on the set later this morning here, live from the Masters.
Ready to get going with your fitting?
Yeah.
Is that a typical miss?
Fades the right there every time.
Let's see if we can get the club face current up a little easier for you. It's also going to give us a little more ball speed and probably increase our distance. Getting better. Guy in fitting for the swing you brought me today. I like that flight.
That was awesome.
I'm looking at ball flight that's telling me I got a player that's going to hit 6, 7 more greens in regulation around. That's
Alright, Mr. Cohn.
So much better. This was awesome.
I'm the latest hashtag challenge. And everyone on social media is trying me. I'm trending so
See
hard
what
that
Cohn's
hashtag
selling
common
for
sense
right now.
can't keep up.
This is going to get tens and tens of views.
But if you don't have the right auto insurance coverage, you could be left to pay for this yourself.
Call a local agent or 1-888-ALL-STATE for a quote today.
I love my new home. I always wanted a house with historic architecture, but it might be too Victorian.
Gosh, interesting headline on this. Pants? Yes, I do believe they're called pants. Okay. No.
It's another $50.
At least Geico makes bundling my home and car
David
insurance easy.
Cohn.
I save so much. Just text me. Well, I'm heading up.
It's a ghost
Tops Triple Threads, David Cohn.
It's called self-care.
I can't even.
28 to 199.
Maybe.
$50 bucks.
Not right now. Please let this be the time. We've been trying for so long.
No matter what result you're hoping for, when you need to be sure, choose Clear Blue Digital, a unique combination of air guard features and over 99% accurate.
Yeah.
Clear Blue for result.
Ooh. Oh, that's just a base. I thought that was going to be a Henderson autograph. Ooh, yeah, there we go.
Derby on NBC.
Got a Nick Senzel Tops Triple Threads.
Oh, just pay for my team's app again to see who's coming to play. It never gets old.
Sure it does. Here, it's the Sports Engine app. Teams can RSVP, chat, and view schedules for free. That means
150 on the Senzel.
feels good, huh?
2020
The
tribute.
Sports Engine app. It's completely free. Coach, I don't know if you've
Nick
heard, but the
Senzel
wave is
to
free too.
150.
Yeah. Come on, bring it
Send it
back.
back. Clifford Roberts originally proposed as a founding member the event to be called the Masters Tournament, but Bobby Jones objected, thinking it too presumptuous. So they named it the Augusta National Invitation Tournament, but then it was adopted until 1939 when it then switched back to what is now known as the Masters Tournament after Bobby Jones relented to his good friend and co-founder Clifford Roberts. Boy, they must be so proud looking down on this property and the tradition that has continued all the way here to 2022. The Masters began in 1934.
That's looking a $30 card, guys. On Mr. Senzel.
Sexio.
Couple hours away now from seeing Tiger Woods play professionally for the first time in nearly 17 months after that car accident a year ago in February, a surprise visit to Augusta National last week with his son Charlie and good friend Justin Thomas. Tiger Woods is set and ready to go to try to win for the 6th time here at Augusta National Golf Club. Rory McIlroy is trying to win his first green jacket, and if he does, and he's playing in the last.
Looks like we got a couple nicked corners on the back.
If he wins this week, he would join an exclusive club winning the career Grand Slam. How about Hideki Matsuyama? Nick Faldo did it. Tiger Woods did it. Jack Nicklaus was the first to do it. Hideki
Front
has a
is
chance
beautiful.
to join
Front
those three as
is
the only
pristine.
back-to-back champions at the Masters.
Corners are great on the front. The back's just got two little nicks
A year ago this week here at Augusta National Golf Club.
the corners.
At the leaderboard, Jose Maria
So, but anyways, Nick Senzel, $30. Good price. He is coming on.
So JJ Spahn and Padre Carrington join
Darn
Jose
it,
Maria
I'm not
Alfaro,
gonna
even
take
par,
pictures.
leading the way with a lot of golf left. A lot of golf left, not just today, but the rest of the week. So great to have you with us once again, Steve Stans. Pleased to be alongside Jim Gallagher Jr., who played in 5 Masters. The first one in 1991. He was the co-leader after the first round. And Mark Rolfing, you're here once again. And as you look back and the skies begin to clear, things start to dry out a little bit. Play has begun. What are you thinking about?
Okay, Tops Triple Threads, Nick Senzel, auto to 150, $30.
This morning, it's going to play long. That opening stretch is going to play quite long, but it looks like the wind is going to start picking up. You can just feel the air starting to move a little bit. I think by noon you'll maybe be in the 10-mile-an-hour range. The thing about Augusta National is 10 miles an hour wind can make a huge difference. You don't need a 30-mile-an-hour wind to make this a very difficult golf course, and I think you'll see 10 miles an hour by noon.
Jim, as you look at the forecast, it's supposed to get windy on Friday and on Saturday, very cool on Saturday as well. A high might not even reach 60 degrees, and then on Sunday, it's supposed to be relatively perfect, about 72 degrees, maybe 6 to 10 mile per hour wind. Do players look at the forecast ahead and say, boy, this is the day I need to get after it, or are you not allowing yourself to look at
Oh, how about a Raleigh Fingers auto, triple threads, Corey Seager stamp of approval, Trevor Bauer, auto, Hoskins auto, Aaron Auto to 50, another Conehead,
I think that's where
Posada, Robel Garcia, Victor Robles stamp of approval.
Today is the day, but that's the adjustments you have to make on
Some
the
more
I think
for
you got to
us.
be careful not to get caught up in how much wind there is. And the guys that are playing late, they might watch the coverage, kind of get an idea how things are playing. I think if you're smart,
Alright, well, next up we'll do the Freddie Freeman stamp of approval
play a lot of golf, stopping and starting,
to
preparing, not being able to go out to the
99.
golf course. The last 3 days mean anything as far as prep goes, or is that overblown?
No, I think for them to be prep, I think to properly get the way you feel like, hey, I've done everything I need to do, I think it's very important for those guys to get it in. And if you didn't get it in, Mark, on Monday,
Game
it was,
used
it's tough. I
memorabilia.
think the more times you get around, and I was a guy, I felt like I had to keep playing.
Stamp of
And my
approval
practice was
relic
Monday, Tuesday,
for
I go to
Freeman.
par 3, work on my iron, play there. I
2020
wanted to keep playing and play my way into it. I
tribute.
went out early every single day, and that way I had the afternoons to kind of recoup. But I think the more times you get around, the more you learn of it. And I think those guys are going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage.
It's so different from 3-4 decades ago on how players prepare for the Masters. Think about Jack Nicklaus. He was famous for coming in the week before. He would play Wednesday through Saturday, one ball. He would do an early time, a late time, and then 2 late times because he knew he'd be towards the league groups on the weekend. But that's the way he prepared. And now in today's world of private jets and being able to come in early, the actual week itself of practice is not nearly as high volume amount of practice as what we've seen in the past. I think more than anything, you can't find your game if you came to Augusta without it. That is very difficult to do here. What you do in the practice rounds for the most part is figure out a strategy and a game plan, and that's what most of the players have been concentrating.
Well, that's the benefit of being a top player. You got a private jet. I was just trying to make enough money to get the ticket to come here. I didn't have that, so I was kind of doing that part. And I think that's the advantage these guys have over some of the guys that don't.
Timing is everything.
Exactly.
Versus we're a little different. Earlier playing
21 Tomp, another 20.
And Damon Hack. Damon, known you a long time, from the New York Times to Sports Illustrated and now with the Golf Channel. You've seen a lot of things in your career. How cool is it to be alongside the first fairway when the honorary starters, Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, and Tom Watson, began this 86 Masters about an hour ago?
Nothing like it, Steve. It really
I think we'll go 20 on this Freeman.
of this tournament through the decades, through the generations as well. I walked off this perch over to the first tee. It was standing room only at 8:15. A lot of members standing under the old oak tree as well, right by the clubhouse, as Chairman Fred Ridley welcomed Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, and Tom Watson for the first time as an honorary starter. A really tender moment after Chairman Ridley introduced Tom Watson. Tom turned to the chairman and said, "Thank you. I've been watching the honorary starters for so many years. I remember Gene Sarazen as an honorary starter, and of course his hero, Byron Nelson, as well." And then a little joshing, Watson turned to Gary Player and said, "How far did you hit it, Gary?" And then Tom went up there and absolutely lobbed his drive. So some sentimentality and some humor as well
Freeman
on the first tee, Steve.
Damon, a little bit earlier in the week, I was
Really
noticing
nice
how many
card
Patriots
to
were on the
99.
grounds on Monday, and I couldn't decide whether it was because
Game used
a COVID
memorabilia.
couple of years at Augusta National, or because perhaps Tiger Woods is playing, and the anticipation of having Tiger on the grounds brought so many people out on Monday afternoon to come watch him play or get a glimpse of Tiger Woods as he played a practice round with Fred and Justin Thomas. What is the atmosphere like right now, less than 2 hours away from Tiger teeing off?
Steve, it's excitement, it's buzz. optimists about on this golf course. The patrons most
Alright, we're gonna go 25 on that one.
This afternoon, of course, ready for
Oh, we'll go
to
20.
make his long-awaited return.
$20 on the Freeman stamp of approval.
I'd say I've talked to some first-timers here among the patrons. I've talked to some folks who haven't been here for a couple of years because of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as folks that have not been here, for several years, or folks that have been here for 30 years, 40 years, and 50 years. The prevailing thought, Steve, is that they always know that something special could possibly happen, whether it's 1986 or 1997.
Okay, next up, a Victor Robles stamp of approval.
Phil breaking through for his first major. 2015.
That's numbered to 99.
And of course, 2019 when Tiger pulled the rabbit out of the hat. So the anticipation for 11:04 and Tiger's tee time is fresh and exciting. And I think these members here and the patrons here are all excited for what is the unknown at this point on a Thursday morning at the Masters.
Damon, the Masters never needs a little more juice, but boy, did
Tiger
infuse some energy into this 86 edition. It should be a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you in a little bit from the first fairway. That's Damon Hack. As we go back to 2007, speaking of the weather forecast, fellas, the last time it was really cold, 2007, Zach Johnson was the man who won, famously never going for any of the par fives into, laying up on all of them, and Zach Johnson became a Masters champion, having Phil Mickelson slip the green jacket on him 15 years ago. As we go out to the tournament practice area and Zach Johnson warming up, this golf course might be a little long for Zach right now at this point in his career.
I would think so.
All
Yeah,
right.
I mean, it needs to firm up. I think that's the benefit of it. When you
See
said it was
what
playing tough,
Robles
it's fast
is
and
looking
firm, that's
like
where you have the
here.
advantage. It's going to be a little bit long for him, but you know one thing about it, he's one of those tough competitors, and he's going to grind it out. And it's just, like I said, to be, like you said, they take care of the champions to come in here, but it might be a little bit of an ask to see him being up there. I mean, I think he'll play solid, but to get around there and have some of these holes just going to be a little long for him.
Mark, what a year it is for Zach Johnson. Okay, he just got named U.S. Ryder Cup captain. He's coming back here to Augusta where he's won, and then in July he goes back to St. Andrews. They're going to win 2 majors. St. Andrews and Augusta aren't bad places to do it.
Yeah, just as I watch him here, I just hope he can really enjoy it. He is such a grinder. He wants to play well so badly.
It's looking
and
good.
I know his expectations
Put that
are
around mint.
high for this week here at Augusta, for example. But I'm not saying it should be a celebratory or ceremonial kind of year for Zach Johnson, but with everything happening with him, I hope he can just stop every once in a while and really enjoy what he has accomplished to get him to where
Guys,
he is
let's
right
start
now.
breaking some of those random teams.
You know, all the duties you have as a captain.
Guaranteed your money back in comps.
To do it, maybe this first part of the year, because
There's
those guys are doing
really
some
good
things. I know they have
stuff in
people
there.
helping him, but I think that's a great point. He just needs to kind of. I think we always should do that. We fall into
Football,
that trap, just grinding it out.
on average, everybody will double their money in comps. And baseball's got 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and there's one team that's 5 times your investment. So, really good stuff.
Are there any comparisons to getting the most out of your game that Tom Kite got, and also Zach Johnson? Just a pro's pro who didn't have all of the
Yeah, let's see what that Robles is worth here.
and just really, truly, in a golf term, dug it out of the dirt and became a Hall of Fame player.
And they did, and Tom would work so hard on his wedges. That's one of the things in his scoring irons. That's one thing Zach's great at. I think he worked so hard. They played to where their strengths were. They didn't try to be somebody else. They knew they weren't going to hit it long. They played to their strengths. And that's the advice I have to any college kid, anybody out there. You know, you play to your strengths. You work on your weaknesses, but you got to know your own game. You got to be true to yourself, and that's what the greats do. They play to their abilities and their strengths. He does that. There's some similarities there. He took care of it. Like you said, he laid it up all the time. But Tom Kite grinded it out and got so much out of it. He was a good player in college, but to see the career he had, and he's that competitive fire. Even when he got over 50, it still was burning, even in his 60s.
Zach Johnson possesses one of the great qualities any athlete can have: grit.
Yes.
He is a grinder, a tough customer.
Yeah, we
This
go
transition from one
15
veteran in
on the
Zach
Robles.
Johnson to one of the bright young names in the game. We don't mean it just by the shirt. We're talking about Matthew Wolff. We know about his action in that move and how repeatable it is for him and how athletic it is. I think he got that win at the 3M a couple of years ago. He was in the final group with Bryson DeChambeau, Mark Ruffing, at Wingfoot a couple of years ago.
See how we're doing on.
I saw him
Anybody
yesterday. He
grabbed
said that
any
he thinks that was a
teams
learning
here?
experience for him, that there's a difference between being beaten in sports and losing. He didn't lose that day. Bryson went out and won that U.S. Open. And Matt's starting to play some better golf. He drives the ball very well. What do you think of Matthew Wolff's chances this week?
I just am wondering about why he sort of lost his comfort level on the golf course. Hasn't been particularly comfortable here at Augusta National the last couple of years on the course. But I don't know. It's hard to really tell what goes wrong with Matthew Wolff. He was very young, of course, when he came out on the PGA Tour. Very much seemed to be missing his college days, I think, and the comfort level of the certainty of a college life as opposed, let's say, to a PGA Tour life, which is not as easy a life as a lot of people would think. I also think, you've got other players. It was sort of the Morikawa, Wolff, Hovland group that came out, and the other guys have seen such success over a steady basis. Matthew came out and won early. It reminds me a little bit of Jordan Spieth and Justin Thomas. When you look back at Spieth and Thomas, Spieth came out fast, guns blazing, really made a huge impact early on in his career. Justin Thomas did not.
There we got Robel Garcia.
Got a little bit better every year, and I haven't seen that right now in Matthew Wolff. I hope he's right as to what he's saying to you. Speaking about, he feels like he's getting closer. It's not going to come in huge strides right now. It's just going to be sort of baby steps, little steps of making sure he's just improving every time he plays.
I think expectations, not only from other people, but himself. I think they finally caught up with him in that spotlight. Everybody expected him to go to that next level. And I think that kind of strangled him there for a while. That's my call on it.
He was transparent at a very young age last year about his mental health and the issues he was dealing with. And it's interesting to see him kind of get that out of the system and perhaps start playing some better golf. If Matt Wolff starts freeing himself up a little bit, you know he has the game. Let's see if you can handle
Anything $30 or more, I do
2016 champion
look up on
367 on Sunday in 2016.
magnifying glass and check it out
And Jordan Spieth that year.
and come up with what I think is an acceptable
How will your
grade,
business adapt to change? You could hire an
just
office
to give you guys an idea.
Overpay.
Big huddle.
Welcome to the Paytonverse. Such a visionary.
Game plan.
You go.
And call audibles.
Double our investment in Omaha.
Or you could use Workday. The finance, HR, and planning system used by over half of the Fortune 500 for a be agile like an MVP world. Workday for a changing world.
Not all
Front
grills are
looks
created
really
equal.
good.
For
Corners are
starters,
sharp.
Napoleon's ignition system uses jet engine technology. Our precision burners cook evenly, no matter what Mother Nature throws at you. And our sizzle
Alright,
zone is
let's
like
check the
grilling on the
back
sun.
here.
Put it all together and see why with Napoleon, built different means built better.
You're in constant
Yeah, it's a
pursuit
$30 mint card right there.
for any
Very
advantage.
nice. Didn't see any defects.
It's time to level up. Introducing new Titleist AVX. Longer distance. Low flight. More short game spin and softer feel. New Titleist AVX.
I promise, as an independent advisor, to put the financial well-being of you and your family first.
I promise to serve, not sell.
I promise our relationship will be one of partnership and trust.
I'm a fiduciary. Not just some of the time, but all of the time.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals.
Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Welcome! It's time to see which chew is best in show for long-lasting flea and tick protection. We may be here for weeks, or even months. Holy smokes! A rejection and protection in week 5.
Alright, there's the Robel Garcia, $30.
Perfectos
Mint.
are clear winner. 12 weeks of powerful protection, nearly 3 times
Number
longer than any other chew.
99.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Bravo, Bravecto. Bravo.
Some guys are just hardwired to be unafraid, just to enjoy being the man in the arena and step into a big moment. Daniel Berger, one
Alright.
of those players with a little edge to them in a good way, just getting out.
Got another Conehead autograph
Now for round 1.
coming up.
So tea time's delayed a half hour last.
Two
Group off at
Coneheads.
2:33. So we're gonna have a full day at Augusta. I'm George Savaricas hanging with
Alright,
you
this
in our
is
Golf Channel studios.
Trump.
What you hope for as a golf fan? Round 1 basically going until sunset in Augusta, Georgia. You wonder what scoring conditions are going to be like today. So with that in mind, let's take a look at some of the early groups that are already on the course for round 1 here at the Masters. 2-time Masters champion Jose Maria Olazabal. First group off.
To
Sees even so
199.
far. JJ Spawn, last man in after winning the Valero Texas Open, couple over early in his first appearance here.
Yeah, I
It's
think
time
that
now
was what did I have the
Better
other
Your
one
Best,
for. Should be
presented by
50.
Golf Galaxy.
Yeah, 50.
So, who could better their best? That would be
Let's see
Scotty
what
Scheffler, the WGC
quality of
Golf
this bad boy
Technologies
is.
match play. Scheffler on his march to total domination in Austin, winning the event, and with that ascending all the way to world number 1. 3 wins his last
Hate people
5
that put
stars. And
these
what do you do
things
after you get to world number 1? Take the week off and chill.
flaps because you gotta be like super careful. You can hit the dang corners
That's
coming
great to see.
out.
Think you see where he is off the TT74, but that putter, the great equalizer, currently 15.
Alright,
Has done some tight work around the green
Conehead.
as well. At the show, Stuart Sink had a renaissance last season on the PGA Tour, winning a couple times. Can Stewart continue some of the good mojo that he had last year? Maybe be a surprise contender this week at Augusta. We're going to have more live from the Masters on the other side of the short break.
A lighter bionic structure made from recycled materials.
Front's looking pristine. Super sharp corners.
And a battery that's the first to achieve 621 miles.
We got the back.
If electric cars are our future, then this is the future of electric cars. The Vision EQ XX, Mercedes-Benz innovation.
Oh, just a tiny little spot ding on the side corner there.
To create a
I
driver
would
that
still,
performs
I
like
think,
no
get a
other, you
mint.
need to build it like no one ever has. That's why the new Rogue ST is the only driver speed tuned to maximize every aspect of distance. When you combine our most innovative ball speed technologies, like the new tungsten speed cartridge, jailbreak speed frame, and AI-designed flash face, you make Rogue ST our fastest, most stable driver ever, and earn 5 stars for performance in the Golf Digest Hot List.
Alright, so we got David Cone 2020 Tribute Auto.
Geico does offer 24/7
$50.
with personalised attention from an assigned team. 24/7? That's a lot of attention. They're not actually with you 24/7. They're just available whenever you need them.
Oh, okay, good. Because I took an online quiz and it turns out I'm an introvert.
Front of the card is pristine. The back has a little white spot on the corner and on the edge.
Geico, your claims team is here for you 24/7.
How to delay top expensive creams? By staying on top of our game. With Derm
Mr.
recommended
Cone.
ingredients in every jar. Olay Regenerist with niacinamide has
50
hydration that
bones.
beats the $100, $200, even $400 cream. For smooth skin, try Retinol 24. For visibly firm skin, get Collagen Peptide. For 2 times brighter
Yankee
skin, get
fan.
new Vitamin C. Can't top this skin. Shop now at
So please don't move an inch. Don't ever change a thing. Just let me take the
Alright, next up's gonna be Jorge Posada, same thing. Tribute auto.
Live from the Masters all week on Golf.
There are 108 invitees to the 2022 Masters, a starting field of 91 players, 20 first-time participants, and 6 amateurs taking part in this 86 Masters. In the first 2 days, all 6 of those amateurs are in a group with a Masters champion. In addition, in attendance, there will be 22 honorary non-competing invitees expected to be on the grounds today. As you look at another group, Kevin Kisner, Daniel Berger, and Tommy Fleetwood going out at 10:42 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, if you weren't with us earlier today, there was a 30-minute delay due to thunderstorms in the area all throughout the evening and into the early morning. So there was a 30-minute delay this morning. So this group is going out at 10:42 a.m. Eastern Time. And Kevin Kisner lives about 30 minutes from here. Tommy Fleetwood, an accomplished player who has yet to win in the United States on the PGA Tour. And how about Daniel Berger? George Rodriguez was saying earlier, he's a tough man. Got a lot of Zach Johnson in him when it comes to some grit and toughness and the way he grinds on the golf course. A fabulously talented player with amazing hands. His father was a top 10 tennis player. He chose the golf route, and it looks like he's got those hands that Jay Berger had.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about his short game, Rolf. I mean, it's just been phenomenal. You look at it scrambling, and we talked about range and regulation scrambling. He's first this year in scrambling, but you look at him statistically, it's pretty solid all the way around. And he's gone up when he was younger, played against all those PGA Tour pros down in South Florida, wasn't scared of the moment. Scared of the moment. And he really is. And I think the Ryder Cup was big for him. I think he had a great performance there.
We're going to go 50 on the
Just like you said,
Posada.
he's one of those tough competitors. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a good solid week this week.
Yeah, the game reminds me of a tennis player. He's got that bowed left wrist, and
Quality.
kind of a shut face, sort of like you're getting ready to hit a top spin overhand or something like that. But he's quite an interesting study. And people have a misperception about the way Daniel Berger plays, because when he first came out on the PGA Tour, he was a very long hitter, pretty wild, not really what I would call a straight driver at all, and did not have a particularly renowned short game. He has totally transformed that now. And he is one of the most accurate drivers on the PGA Tour. He has sacrificed some length in order to do that. But he has become phenomenal around the greens. He's a tremendous chipper and pitcher of the golf ball. He putts extremely well. He's very methodical about the way he goes about everything. He's almost as meticulous as any player in the game in terms of lining up his ball and getting everything just exactly the right way before he putts. And people have this perception that because he plays with a little chip on his shoulder, and that he's sort of an attitudinal kind of guy, that, you know, he's a big, long-hitting, wild sort of player. He's not at all. He's one of the most disciplined, conservative players really on the PGA Tour.
I'm going to set that as a mint plus at 50.
He's what, 173rd distance, 290.1, and 12th in fairways. 12th in fairways is big, and you always thought he was a big long hitter. That's below average, really down at the bottom of the stats of this.
So he's accurate with his drives, not very long. We know he's got the great short game. You hear all the time, Jim, that Augusta National is a second shot golf course.
Yeah.
A, what does that mean for the players in the field this week? And B, for specifically to Daniel Berger and his iron game.
I think there's sections of the greens, and you've got to know the slopes. You know how to use the slopes. There's several of those greens where the holes cut that you've got to be able to use those slopes. And you talked about it, even in chipping and short game around the greens using those slopes. But the second shot, everybody said you've got to hit it high. That does help, but you've got to know what section to get the ball on the proper side of the hole. Even though he's 12th in fairways, I think he's right around 40th in greens in regulation, but it's understanding to get the ball on the proper side of those slopes, and that's going to be the key for him.
All right, next up, an Arenado to 50.
This golf course is going to play really long early in the week,
Tribute
so that could hinder it a little
auto
bit.
card.
But that short game will make up for a lot of that in the long run.
With the wind in the forecast, it's always a putting contest no matter where you go because you want to make sure you make some putts. But ball striking, Mark, will be so key the next couple of days because of the expected high
Number to
winds
50,
on
43 of
Friday and Saturday. What does
50.
that mean for a guy like Daniel Berger?
I think it means a lot, but I think more than anything, if it gets up to the 15-mile-an-hour range, I think scrambling is going to become almost the most important thing because nobody's going to hit all these greens in regulation as the conditions get tougher. So I would think Berger's scrambling stats are going to work to his benefit. You talk about it being a second shot course. I agree overall with that concept, but you still have to play the ball from the fairway. There's just no substitute for that. And all you have to do is look at Bryson DeChambeau. He has come to the Masters, even after winning that U.S. Open playing from the rough. At Winged Foot, he has tried playing Augusta National that way and it hasn't worked. His sort of go all out, hit it as far as you can no matter where it ends up, doesn't work as well at Augusta National, frankly, as it does at the U.S. Open. I don't know if I ever thought I would say that ever in my career. Because the U.S. Open always had this stigma of
Yeah, you're gonna go 50 on that Arenado.
Modern game with the strength of these
Probably go a little bit more because it is.
You can play a different kind of a game with the U.S.
Sweet,
Open, but you
but
just can't
take
play
me
that
about
let it
50
fly
bucks.
everywhere kind of game at Augusta National and be successful.
So Daniel Berger goes out in this 86 Masters in about an hour and 13 minutes from now. Garrick Higgo has already begun his first ever trip to the Masters, and he birdied the first hole. A long list of champions from South Africa with Trevor Immelman, our colleague at Golf Channel, and Gary Player. And there's just a lot of love between the Masters and Garrick Higgo's home country, and he is off to a fantastic start. Patrick Harrington also has a birdie, and he's at 100 par. The defending champion is arriving
going on here.
We'll talk about Hideki when we return.
These tribute cards are just beautiful. They were put in top loaders the second they were pulled.
It's never about in the game of golf just one thing. It's everything. It's all encompassing. In Golf Galaxy, we are your team. If you have a question on your equipment, your fitter's here for you. If you have a
Front is
question on your
pristine.
swing or something mechanical, our Class A PGA professionals are here
Looks
for
like
you.
we might have a little corner nick on one of these corners. Let's check. That's
We have
good.
Biomech putter fitting system. When you come in, we want to fit you with the right apparel, the right footwear. We have everything that you could possibly need to improve your game.
I'm a fancy exercise bike newbie. And I'm taking detours. And if you don't have the right
So we're gonna go 50 on
you can
Arenado.
be working this out yourself. So get off stage.
What is a fairway? A length of grass or a way of life? A belief in standing defiantly apart from the everyday, where the landscape and our experiences should be elevated. Once you start down this extraordinary path, forever will you seek it out. We will be here to welcome you back each time. The Kohler Experience at the Old Course Hotel, St. Andrews, and the American Club at Whistling Straits in Kohler, Wisconsin. May you always find the fairway.
Here's what it takes to make the world's finest golf clubs. Unlimited time, money, passion.
Alright guys, let me run to the restroom real quick. I'll be back. Grab some teams in the MLB and NFL random team breaks. You will not be disappointed on what you get out of there. I guarantee you. Some really, really cool stuff in there.
Barbie really wants this dream house, and she found out about it from Rocket Homes. She did? Of course. And she has a verified approval that lets sellers know she's backed by Rocket Mortgage. So the house is hers. So cool. For a better way to find and finance, Rocket can.
This is the watershed. This is a very productive place for making water.
It's really neat to see how much they respect their land, and that's how we should all treat our land.
We are very far away from any other water source. We're the most isolated island chain on the planet. You want to protect the ocean? You want to protect the reef? Protect the watershed first.
It's really important that we try to preserve it and do everything that we can to make it better.
2021. What a year it was for Hideki Matsuyama, becoming the first man from Japan to win a major championship, and he did it right here at Augusta National Golf Club in memorable fashion. He had a pretty big lead, didn't have a great finish, ended up winning by 1 over Will Zalatoris. But Hideki Matsuyama is such a popular figure back home in Japan, and when he won the Masters, it just elevated him into a totally new category in his home country. And it was an extremely popular win with his peers and also the folks here at Augusta National Golf Club. And one of the great moments, Mark, last year happened after he won, when his caddy took the bow right there. That was almost as famous as the moment that Hideki raised his arms with that great
That was the picture of the year, that's for sure. And as we watch Hideki Matsuyama here in his quest for a second green jacket, it's the club he's got in his hand right now that is going to make the difference. It's going to make or break him. His putting has improved. I think I felt like earlier in his career he was a little wooden with the
All right, I'm back.
Reminded me a little bit
See
of
anybody grabbing
the way
his
Lee
spots?
Westwood chipped and putted a little bit, but he's gotten better. He's a streaky kind of putter. And if you think about last year when he won the Masters, there was a
No one
stretch of
grab
holes
spots,
that went
guys.
from
These are
the third round, right about the middle of the
great
first
return
nine
on your money
to
in these
kind of the
breaks.
halfway through the last round and the second 9. He played a stretch, I believe it was 21 holes in there, and he had 28 putts in those 21 holes. So for a stretch there, he just holed just about every putt he was looking at. And that's the key to doing that. A lot of the winners have done that, where they've had stretches here at Augusta National where they've putted well. The question is, can it hold up for 72 holes, his putting? But he's worked very hard on it, I know that.
It's interesting, guys, the device he's got on this putter, whether it's something to do with the rhythm, not quite sure, I've not seen it, but these guys use all the technology that's out there, where there's different devices, so what the putter face is doing. Some guys use metronomes, and this is one of those devices. I've never seen this before. It's kind of unique way of doing things, but guys have certain routines. They use the technology. I think that's one of the things that has really changed in the years is watching the technology and how these guys know how to use it, Mark.
Here's a question for you, Jim. Technology, devices, things like that, I can see it on Monday, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday. How do you personally feel about doing something like this right before a competitive round, opening round of Masters?
I would think you're either searching for something if you've never done it before. I've never seen him do it before. I didn't like to do it. Warming up was warming up before the tournament. I never really used it as trying to find something. It was more about loosening up, hitting a few putts, trying to get a feel of the green speed. But as far as having a device, these guys do it differently though. But like I said, that looks like a little bit different. I always hated those things on it because you never could get the true feel of the putt with that device on it. Just didn't have that same feel.
Jack Nicklaus, who will be on the set here in probably about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours here live from the Masters on Golf Channel, he always says it's impossible to win if you think you're going to find your game at a major. You have to bring your game to a major championship. And about Hideki Matsuyama, we're seeing him on the practice putting green, and Mark talked about how the putting is going to be key for him. A few years ago, he got rid of the pause at the top of his swing. He really wanted to eliminate that because he thought the transition would be better from the top of the swing down to impact. How has that changed the way you look at Hideki, the way he goes about his business?
That was a big change, I think. That was something that was normal for people to make that big change. And I think you want to become where it's natural, or it's an athletic move. I think the hardest thing about putting is when you start thinking about mechanics and that, more so than in the golf swing as well. When you start playing golf swing and not hitting golf shots, you get yourself in trouble. You hear guys say that all the time. But I'm with Mark on that. When you're having the tees and everything, that's fine. But when you get the devices out there, that's always in my mind going like something's up, something he doesn't trust. And it's easy for us to sit here and second guess it, but that's a little different. All the guys have the mirrors and the tees, but to have the whole thing out there, it's a little bit different.
Mark, the last couple of weeks have not been great for Hideki. He has a bad neck. He is going to play today to defend his title, but he had to withdraw recently on the PGA Tour. How bothersome is it for you to have a guy like Hideki come here, even with all the good vibes from a year ago, just not playing his best.
It's bothersome, and a neck injury I think is one of the most serious for a golfer. You want to be able to have some freedom in your swing and be able to let it go every once in a while. We just don't know how serious the neck injury is right now. Hideki has not spoken about it a whole lot this week, and it's certainly something that would affect him in some way. I can't believe that he would be 100%. Having said that, he is really good, and he may be able to get away with an 80 or 90%.
Yeah, nice prospect material of Tristan McKenzie, dual
during the second round of the Arnold Palmer
dual relic,
that was on a Friday, and since then it's been
40 of 49.
Had a lot of treatment last week though at the Valero Texas Open. Had to withdraw Monday and Tuesday. I was pain-free, feeling really good. Then woke up Wednesday morning and the neck was stiff again. To Mark's point, the neck can be very, very tricky. We know he's going to try to defend his title today, but who knows how that neck will react.
Well, it's a big factor in your hands as well in the swing. Those are the things that you feel more. And you wonder, is it going to hurt? It's in the back of your mind. Is this swing hurt? Or you get it all the way back and it does catch or something. So neck and wrist and hands injuries are the toughest things to get over. And the only way you get over that is rest. And obviously, if it's still bothering him, you got to wonder if it's in his mind on his golf swings. You try to eliminate it, but pain just doesn't go away until you have some rest.
So again, Hideki Matsuyama trying to become the fourth man in the history of the Masters to win in back-to-back years. Jack Nicklaus was the first. Nick Faldo did it, and then Tiger Woods accomplished the feat in 2001 and 2002. More players to look at. How about this guy? He's one of the favorites coming into the week. Cameron Smith won the Players in dramatic fashion at TPC Sawgrass, but he hasn't played since. We'll talk about that time off with Jim and Mark, see what they think of the Players Champions' chances when we come back live from the Masters.
How will your business adapt to change? You could hire an office full of Peyton Mannings.
Okay, one Peyton. Over Peyton.
Huddle.
Welcome to the Peytonverse. Such a visionary.
Game plan.
You go. No, you go.
And call audibles.
Double our investment in Omaha.
Omaha! Or you could use Workday. The finance, HR, and planning system used by over half of the Fortune 500 for a be agile like an MVP world. Workday for a changing world.
For over 100 years, when the best players in the world need to trust their clubs, they have trusted one shaft brand more than any other. True Temper, the #1 shaft in golf.
Yeah, I think 30 on this Tristan McKenzie's good.
KPMG asks,
Let's see what
what are you shooting for?
Card looks
Celebrating the
like.
next generation of women leaders. KPMG, proud sponsor of the KPMG
40 of
Women's PGA
49.
Championship.
Lamkin Genesis technology, the durable balance of the feedback your game needs, and the comfort your hands want, all in a material that maintains its consistency and tap, no matter the conditions. Lamkin, feel is everything.
Intelligence is the foundation of any good business. But if every good business has it, how do you stand out? Intuition. When enabled by technology, intuition stops feeling like a hunch and starts looking like confidence. The confidence you get when you work with Cognizant, where we engineer every aspect of your business, technology, processes, and experiences to anticipate expectations and act instantly. This is intuition, and we can engineer it.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
I promise to be a careful steward of the things that matter to you most.
I promise to bring you advice that fits your values.
I promise our relationship will be one of trust and transparency.
As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interests first, always.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
There is a new outright leader at the 86 Masters, Padraig Harrington, a three-time major champion. How about Padraig with a birdie at 3 and 4? He is 2 under par. It's a
Let's
one-shot
see how
lead
my guys
all
are
by
doing
himself.
here.
Early stages of the first round of the Masters. Take a look at the leaderboard. Eric Higo still at 1 under par after birdieing the first hole he's ever played at the Masters, and he gets a 3 at 1. Guido Migliozzi at 1 under par as well. Austin Creech from the amateur hanging in there at even par as well. Here's a guy who we think might not just hang in there, he might actually win this Masters. How about Cameron Smith? And how about this shot at 17?
Yeah, none of my guys are teed off yet.
Flagstick on Sunday at TPC Sawgrass. However, he ended up getting the job done, and then at 18, after hitting his second shot in the water, he needed to make that putt. That was a big time fourth shot for Cam.
Yeah,
and made the putt at 5.
Yeah, he made the mistake and got lucky there. Yeah.
So Cameron Smith, he hasn't played since winning the Players, took a lot of time off. Does that bother you at all, Jim, or do you think that helps him coming in to the Masters this Friday?
You've got to know yourself, and he probably needed some time, decompress to get that time off. I would have probably liked to play somewhere just to keep a little sharpness, but it's all up to the players. For me, when I was playing well, I kept playing. I rode that wave as long as I could ride it. And I think for him, I think it was just such a long week there and a memorable week. He just maybe needed a little time off. But, guys take time off. They have their own routines. And he's practicing home. He's probably fresh. Now, that may be a good thing mentally coming in, Mark, when you come in there
Upton
fresh.
triple relic auto numbered to 25
in 2020.
going
Also
up
was
on
tied for 5th in
eBay.
2018, so there's a nice pedigree here at Augusta National Golf Club. We know the putter is crazy hot, but will it continue
2020
after all this
Topps
time off?
Museum
Yes,
Collection.
absolutely. Nobody knows himself better than Cameron Smith. He likes his time off. He likes having beers with his mates. He loves his fishing. That's just something that he sort of feels like he needs to do. And I don't have any issue at all with the fact that he hadn't played a lot of competitive golf coming in here. One of the reasons why I like
Signature
him so much
Swatch
as a
triple
competitive
relic.
player is he really understands his game, and he totally plays to his strengths, not his weaknesses, which is what everybody who plays the game of golf should do. You don't see Cameron Smith trying a lot of heroic shots, and he's not necessarily always aiming wildly at flag sticks and playing real aggressive in the difficult hole occasions, because he is such a good putter that if he can get it in the 10 to 15 foot range, there's a real good chance he's going to make it. So he really totally plays to his strengths, doesn't try things that he can't physically do, and I love his chances this week. He is one of my definite favorites.
When you're that great of a putter, Jim, how much does that alleviate the pressure throughout the rest of the bag?
Big time. It's big time helping. And we were talking about Hideki and the device he had. He has been using the device he had to check the path. Cameron Smith is also using that. So these guys do that. I wanted to correct myself. I hadn't seen Hideki do it, but these guys have part of those routines. But putting is, when you're a good putter, it frees up the rest of your game. I think back at the President's Cup when he was out there, he got on that big stage and he performed top notch, and of course win the Players. He's gradually becoming better and better, and he's playing with so much confidence. I'm with Mark. I think he's a guy that could have some success here around this golf course. Creativity. Cara asked us yesterday about the Australians and why they play so well. You have to be creative. Your mind has to work that way, and I think that's a big benefit as well for him. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him there Sunday, because he's just playing with such. I think that time off is probably good for him to kind of just give yourself a break, come back in here fresh and ready to go.
Mark, we hear the phrase all the time here at Augusta National Golf Club. It's not where you hit it, it's knowing where not to hit it. Having said that, learning the golf course is one thing. Learning the greens here at Augusta National, totally different thing. As great a putter as he is, now making his 6th start, how familiar can you get on these greens, with these greens, over a 5-6 year span?
Oh, you can get familiar, and I think, in the practice rounds, playing with experienced players, I just can't overestimate how important that is. That's why Fred Couples is so valuable as a playing partner in a practice round, because he's been around it so many times, and he knows
where not to
Alright,
go.
Justin Upton,
That's the key. If
Museum
you look
Collection,
at
Triple
these
Relic
holes
Auto,
here,
30 bucks,
Augusta National, and
guys.
we've
30
seen a bunch of
bucks.
some of the hole locations. There are places starting right at the opening
Numbered
hole,
to
for example, I said
25.
earlier
7
in the
of
week,
25,
the
Triple
locations
Relic.
in the back, toward the back today at number 1. You just, no matter what, cannot miss it long at number 1 today. It would be extremely difficult there, and Cam Smith will know that. He's played enough rounds here to be able to match up a thought that back hole location in number 1 do not go long no matter what.
Well, the more you play here, we talked about the champions making the comment they play by memory. They do adjust the greens, but they do. There's a lot to be said about that. And guys who've had success, these guys take such great notes, excuse me, and keep so many detailed notes that they come out there. Now, he hadn't been around here, obviously, as much as some of the other guys, but these guys, their prep work is really detailed. And like I said, when you're a past champion, it's a huge advantage. Being around those guys is a huge advantage. You got to take advantage of that. And I always am a believer. There's certain events and tournaments that you enter and you walk on the property that you expect to play well. And this is probably one of those for him. So Cam Smith tries for that rare Players and Masters.
Yeah, that is mint as well.
Take a look at
On the
a little more
Upton.
information on the Australian. By the way, the only Australian to win at Augusta National Golf Club in 2013. Tied for second at the Masters.
Museum Collection, Triple Relic, 2 colors, red and white, Upton to 25.
As far as numbers are concerned,
7 of
he certainly has played
25.
some wonderful golf coming into this week. Fresh off that Players Championship victory. Like Cam, Bryson is making his 6th start here at Augusta National Golf Club. Doesn't have a great record here. His best finish, tied for 21st in 2016. We'll talk about Bryson when we return.
Every launch pad has a mission control. Every headquarters, a nerve center. Every spacecraft, a command module. And the EQS sedan has this, the MBUX Hyperscreen, a 56-inch interactive display that listens, learns, and anticipates. Captain, the ship is yours.
And that puppy is mint.
When you need to go the distance, trusting your tires to get you there is what really matters.
Alright, we got Trevor Bauer,
80,000-mile limited warranty.
Tribute Auto, 2020, number to 199. Coming up
Lamkin's
next.
fingerprint technology combines a refined feel with high traction, creating a relaxed grip, an easy swing, and more power. Lamkin, feel is everything.
Our strength, our power, our purpose starts within. So let's start there. With collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
And I walk out and my car is dented.
Well, Geico does offer 24/7 claim service with personalised attention from an assigned team.
24/7? That's a lot of attention.
They're not actually with you 24/7. They're just available whenever you need them.
Oh, okay, good. Because I took an online quiz and it turns out I'm an introvert.
I actually think I'm an introvert too.
Oh
Yeah.
no, it's incredibly rare.
I don't think that's right.
Prices are 40 to 70, so we'll see what it looks like and base it on that.
It's the final college golf event of the regular season. As the best schools in the nation,
And these tributes are so good condition.
beginning Monday on Golf.
There's no better place to celebrate one of the biggest weeks in golf and to claim your own spot on the leaderboard. And now through April 10th, you can save 15% on select tee times. Just use promo code TRADITION on the free Golf Now app or golfnow.com.
Skies are beginning to clear. Things are getting a little bit lighter. And Padraig Harrington has company atop the leaderboard in the early stages of the Masters. Padraig with those birdies at 3 and 4 at 2 under par, and Guido Migliozzi coming out of nowhere.
Alright, looks like we're going
with Padraig Harrington. He has missed the cut in
45 on Bauer to 25.
Sitting atop the leaderboard at the Masters. Bryson DeChambeau, go back to Torrey Pines in the Farmers Insurance Open, and he didn't look healthy. He kept grabbing his back. He also had some wrist issues as well. And Mark, we talked about the hand and the wrist. Talked about Hideki's neck earlier, and Bryson did not look comfortable that week at Torrey Pines. He comes into this Masters in his 6th start, not in the greatest shape, physically and also his game as well, Jim.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, came back maybe a little early, but I think a lot of the injuries, one of the ways of getting hurt is that chase for the distance, doing the long drive, never giving his body time to heal and rest.
If you look at those stats right there, they're a little deceiving. Tied 25th at the Century Tournament of Champions, that was only a 38-man field. Then he missed a cut, and then tied 58th at match play was effectively almost last place.
Right.
So not particularly good stats, that's for sure.
We talked about his strategy coming in to the Masters after winning the U.S. Open at Winged Foot. People were kind of wondering whether or not he would implement the same game plan that he had at Winged Foot. He did. It did not turn out to be successful. So what does Bryson need to do? Health aside, what does Bryson's game need to look like to succeed at Augusta National?
Well, we talked about it yesterday. He's got to get the ball in play. I mean, he hits it plenty long, hits his irons plenty long. He doesn't need to.
All right,
nobody
guys.
overpowers this golf course, and no one
Who
ever
wants
has. So
to
I think that's the thing.
get
He's just
a
got to get the
random
ball in play,
team?
give himself an opportunity to score. You can't get corners here long. I mean, it's just not. It's not possible.
Great
It's not
teams
feasible.
left.
We talked about it at 13.
Incredible
It's just
bang
not the
for
time
your
to do it.
buck
You cannot
on
overpower
these.
this golf course, and I've never seen anybody ever be able to do it.
Mark, at Winged Foot when he won the U.S. Open, everybody talks about his power. Everybody talks about him hitting 9 irons out of the rough as opposed to other guys hitting 7 irons. But that club right there in his hands is the reason he said that he won the U.S. Open. He was the only player under par that week. Matt Wolff was in that final group with him. He said he putted as well as he's ever putted in his entire life.
Here's the difference, though, Steve, between Augusta National and the U.S. Open. Bryson DeChambeau's putting stats at Augusta National are not very good. Over his career, for the rounds that he has played, he's like 57th out of 60 players that played the same number of rounds when it comes to putting. I always am a little bit leery about the putting stats at Augusta National because so much depends on where you're putting from. It is not, one 10-footer is not the same as another. And if you're hitting it a little bit wild off the tee and you're not getting it close, or you're getting into the wrong quadrants on some of these greens, as Jim was talking about earlier, your putting stats are going to go down. So I'm with Jim. I like the idea of maybe having a little tighter game plan in terms of trying to get the ball in the right spot so that he can utilize his putter. He is a good putter.
Jim, do you think there's too much science in his game and not enough artistry, or is he being true to himself?
He's being true to himself. I truly believe that. It doesn't work for me. It works for him. I couldn't do that. I wouldn't be able to play the game if I played the way he does and think the way he does.
He is fascinating.
He is fascinating,
as any person
yes.
who's played in the last couple of decades. Now, you talked about the putting, Mark. There you go. You're looking at the screen and you have your hand in the air.
Well, that he's leading in most 3 putts or worse shows me he's not putting from the right place.
Yeah.
He's left himself some difficult putts. So I think that game plan needs to change up a little bit.
Third man on that list is Louis Oosthuizen. Excuse me. He is an Open champion in 2010 at St. Andrews. Also an Open champion in the field this week, Shane Lowry. A lot of people think Shane, flying under the radar, could pick up his 2nd major championship victory this week. Of course, Royal Portrush a few years ago.
Ready to get going into the driver thing?
Sure.
Perfect. Losing it right, a lot of spin. Try this for me. That's Tillman's new Sculpt driver. Whoa. How much better is that first one? This is a better loft shaft combination. We'll search for the number. We'll find it for you. Bingo. Wow. That's out there. How'd that feel? 241 to 265. More importantly, we're finding fairways now.
I need about 25 more yards.
24 today wasn't enough?
Welcome to Allstate. Here, safe driving saves more than just your cargo. Safe driving saves you 40% with DriveWise. Click or call for a quote today.
At FootJoy, we have this theory. For something to be truly innovative, to be truly groundbreaking, it has to be unexpected. Full of raw potential. Not marginally better than what already exists. It has to be so impressive that no one else can compete. Yeah, we like that theory. We use it to push ourselves, to push our game, so that you can keep pushing yours.
In order to score low, you've got to get low. When you want to score low like a pro, Rocket can.
It all started with a putter and over 60 years of game-changing innovation. It's time to remember the formula that made champions and experience the next chapter of ingenuity. Designed by pros and custom made for you. Introducing Ping PLD.
After a perfect day in the links with your favorite partner, load up your vehicle knowing you have the perfect protection. WeatherTech's laser-measured cargo liners and floor liners, plus a cup phone to keep your phone secure. Yep, it's another perfect day at the golf course. Order today at WeatherTech.com.
Byron Nelson is a celebrated champion here at Augusta National Golf Club. He won twice, in 1937 and 1942. And Byron said about the Masters that prestige one gets from winning the Masters is very great indeed. He went on to say, as for the beauty of Augusta National Golf Club, the course stands far superior to anything I have ever played. Those are the sentiments of Lord Byron Nelson.
Golf Central proudly presents Live from the Masters. Coverage presented by Zexio.
Well, we've chatted a lot this morning about Hideki Matsuyama and his chance, his quest to become the fourth man in the history of the Masters to win here at Augusta National Golf Club in back-to-back years. He goes out at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Bryson DeChambeau, will this be the year he breaks through and contends for the first time ever over the weekend at the Masters? He goes out 7 minutes before 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Remember, there was a 30-minute delay this morning due to some thunderstorms and electricity in the area, so play has been pushed back about 30 minutes. How about Cam Smith? We know the putter cooperates. Will the ball striking be there this week after a little bit of time off, winning the Players in his adopted hometown at the TPC Sawgrass? The Players champion arrives with a lot of confidence and is well rested, having not had a start since playing that week at Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Let's take a look at the scores. Updating you, Padraig Harrington just bogeyed the fifth, the par 4. So Guido Migliozzi, the Italian, an Italian has never won the Masters. A couple of birdies early in the first ever round he's played here at the Masters. Eric Higo is also under par. We expect some good scores today. The wind is not up. The golf course is relatively soft after all the overnight rain. So expect to see a lot of players get under par on this first day of the 86 Masters. Welcome back to the set. We're about 350 down the left side of the range portion of the tournament practice area. What a perch we have for you. Jim Gallagher Jr. is joining us for the first time in the morning stages of Live from the Masters. It's great to have you with us, a 5-time participant of the Masters. And Mark Rolfe, we've been doing this a long time. Things are starting to lighten up. You said that air is starting to move. What does that mean as we make our way to the latter stages of the morning on this first day of the Masters?
I think you're starting to see a little joust unfold here between Jim and I. He's leaning toward the scoring is going to be good today, and I think there will be some good scores today. I'm starting to lean a little bit more toward, I think it's going to play tougher than we're thinking right now. I just get a sense when the air moves, if the sun comes out, it's amazing how quickly Augusta National can dry out. You know, if a player can go out there today and shoot around I'd say 3-4 under par, to me that would be a really good score. I'm not sure we'll see any real low scores today.
Don't joust too much, Jim.
I'm being nice to the man. But I think there's going to be good scores. I think this morning the guys are going to get out there. That's a big advantage. We talked about the wind coming up, maybe 10 miles an hour. That's not as much as we're going to get in the cold temperatures, but I think these guys, I think it's all of the greens, how the greens are receptive coming in. I think that's the big part that I see these guys. And these guys are just so good. And they're going to get the ball, like Mark said earlier, the fairways are going to be wider because of weather. So they get the ball in play. They're going to take some shots at some of these hole locations. And I do still think the scores going to be pretty good.
Wind is always the great equalizer. If there is no wind, these guys are going to go low. Right?
Exactly. You can't stop these guys unless you get the wind. But the golf course is going to firm up as we go on. And like I said, this is the day. And it usually is the first day you try to get off to that start because the golf course is only going to get tougher, firmer as the week goes on.
Now, with that 30-minute delay, Tiger Woods' tee time was supposed to be at 10:34 a.m. Eastern Time. It's been pushed back to 11:04 a.m. The honorary starters got there this morning to attempt to go out at 7:40. They pushed that back to 8:15. Play then began officially at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time with a two-time Masters champion in 94 and 99 with Jose Maria Olazabal. They do a wonderful job here of creating an amazing environment, creating an amazing atmosphere, ratcheting up the energy, and then sprinkling in a little bit of that Augusta dust to have champions and greatness all throughout the day in their tee times. Don't they do a great job of that, Mark?
They really do, and by all accounts, Hideki Matsuyama's already had a very successful Masters week because reports from the Champions Dinner the other night where it was one of the absolute best ever. Even Jack Nicklaus said that after it was over.
Well, who's turning down Wagyu beef and sushi?
Really.
Are you kidding? And the black cat. I mean, it's a great menu, Mark.
It really is. That's just, I really like the way Augusta National looks after its champions. That's really important to them. You know, the amateurs, you can't really find much fault in anything they do here with this Masters tournament. It's become the greatest golf tournament in the world, really.
Yeah, it's not like as close to perfection as you get. When I mentioned it when I first walked on, it's like heaven. You know, when you walk out here, and each time you walk out here, and not only, you know, I played here 5 times, I've been here once with my son, and then I'm here this week. It's the same feeling every time you walk in. I know they think we're hyping this up. It's true. It is a great feeling. There's nothing like it, and it's even whether you're playing, it's that anticipation for me to come in here this morning, ready to go, thinking of these guys and what they're going through and their minds and ready to go. It brings back good memories for me, wishing I was back out there with them. And if I had a beautiful facility like this to practice, I might have even practiced. And I didn't like to practice. I might have even practiced some.
Friends and family ask us all the time, do you get sick of going to the Masters every year? Are you out of your mind? There's no chance. This place is absolutely spectacular. Let's get back down to the first fairway and welcome in Damon Hack. And Damon, we are anticipating Tiger's arrival. How about you?
Yeah, I am as well, Steve, and these patrons as well, waiting for the man of the moment, the man of the hour to arrive. Tiger Woods trying to begin a chase for an unprecedented, for him, will be a 6th green jacket, tying him with Jack Nicklaus, and it's interesting. Everyone will be watching his body, Steve, his gait. How is he moving? That was really kind of the story in the run-up to this 86 Masters, and following him the last few days, watching him walk the golf courses, specifically that second 9 yesterday. Spent about 2 hours and 45 minutes on the golf course. Had some trouble making his way down that 10th fairway and the 15th fairway as well. Seems to me that the downhill walks are the most challenging for the 15-time major champ. When I spoke to him on Tuesday, I asked him, how would you compare preparing for the Masters in your current state to 2008 in the U.S. Open when he walked 91 holes on the way to winning that U.S. Open? And he said this was much more difficult. But I remember back in 2008, his ability to play despite the pain, to have some trouble, to wince after hitting a shot, but then be able to focus on the next shot. And I'm going to be very interested to see how he handles the walk and potentially the pain that comes with trying to compete over 72 holes at a very soft Augusta National.
Now, David, we're less than an hour away from his tee time. He should be behind us here in the tournament practice area anytime, and when that does happen, we will show it to you right here on Live from the Masters. All right, let's talk a little bit about Tiger. Noda made an interesting point yesterday on the set, Jim, that because of the wet conditions, that makes the golf course harder to walk. It's a little squishy down there. What do you make of that?
Oh, I totally agree. And Mark hit the point going down the hill. That's the hardest part on Tiger's legs, or anybody we're walking down the other side hills. People don't realize how much the slopes are, and when you put the soft out there, that just, I'm not saying it's double as tough to walk, but it's so much different. And it's going to be something he's going to be thinking about. I think that's the hard part. Is this going to be in his mind? It's something he's going to probably have to live with forever. I mean, I think he's going to always kind of have a little bit maybe of a limp. But this is all about stamina. Can he go? We talked about it. They asked, do you think he can win? I don't know if he can win, but if he made the cut, it'd be pretty impressive what he's been through, because I never dreamed he'd even be here playing. I think it's going to be tough as the week goes on.
Excuse me, Jim. Mark Damon talked about walking down the hills here, up and down these hills, but walking downhill is more difficult for Tiger Woods. Paul McGinley the other night on Live from the Masters said that as a right-handed golfer, the uphill lies, having to anchor that right leg down into that wet ground will give him the most difficulty as far as the golf is concerned.
I'm with Paul on that one. I pointed out the second shot at number 8, for example, a shot where typically Tiger would go for that green in 2, but that will be an uphill lie. And yes, his right leg is the weaker one, and on an uphill lie, you need to anchor your right side against the slope. I did not particularly think Tiger was walking as freely yesterday when we watched him, especially out around the 13th green. He was trying to hit some little shots behind the green. That was a downhill lie, and he was having trouble getting his right leg anchored. I'm almost more concerned about his focus on the course in terms of the impact that the walking is going to have. Normally, he would never have worried at all about walking. He wouldn't even have crossed his mind, because he would have focused totally on the shot ahead. And now he is going to have to focus on his walking to make sure he doesn't slip and fall, to make sure he doesn't step into a hole or a small spot or something like it. And there's not many out there at Augusta National, believe me. But it is going to be a hard walk for him, and he's really going to have to sort of pace his thought process as to when does he get into that pre-shot routine. It's only going to after he's been concentrating on his walking.
But nobody makes adjustments better than Tiger Woods.
That's true.
Nobody in the history, other than maybe Jack Nicklaus, can make those adjustments like he can.
It's a two-pronged issue for Tiger this week. He hasn't played competitively at the highest level in 17 months, and he also has the issue of his health and trying to walk. So game and walking will be fascinating to watch all throughout the day here as we continue live for the Masters. Tiger has entered the grounds here at Augusta National Golf Club. He will be behind us in the tournament practice area, and when he does, we will show it to you as we continue all throughout the morning here as we get you set for first round coverage of the 86 Masters at Augusta National Golf Club.
How will your business adapt to change? You could hire an office full of Peyton Mannings.
Morning, Peyton. Hold for Peyton.
Big huddle.
Welcome to the Peytonverse. Such a visionary.
Game plan.
You go. You go.
And call audibles.
Double our investment in Omaha. Omaha! 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 Omaha!
Or you could use Workday. The finance, HR, and planning system used by over half of the Fortune 500. For a be agile like an MVP world. Workday for a changing world.
For over 100 years, when the best players in the world need to trust their clubs, they have trusted one shaft brand more than any other. True Temper, the #1 shaft in golf.
Oh, hello. Lucky for me, there's some great golf here in the Carolinas. Whether you golf or not, Geico could help you score some great savings on car insurance. Maybe even hundreds of dollars. Whoa! Hole in one. And that's a par 5, mind you.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
The new Tri-Hot 5K is a blade unlike any other. With multi-material construction, a shallow CG and MOI over 5,000, we've actually made the blade forgiving. The new Tri-Hot 5K from Odyssey, the #1 putter on tour.
I promise, as an independent advisor, to put the financial well-being of you and your family first.
I promise to serve, not sell.
I promise our relationship will be one of partnership and trust.
I am a fiduciary. Not just some of the time, but all of the time.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Your most important shot is the one you were about to hit. The Pro V1 and Pro V1X always bring your best.
At the only Masters ever played in November, Dustin Johnson was the winner, and that week he came into Augusta National Golf Club as the #1 ranked player in the world. Not a lot of #1s have succeeded the week of the Masters, sitting in that lofty perch. That's what Scotty Scheffler is facing this week. What do you think, Mark?
Been a meteoric rise, hasn't it? A total of 42 days from his first PGA Tour win to becoming the #1 player in the world. To put that in perspective, Tiger Woods took over 250 days to become #1 after winning his first PGA Tour event. Jordan Spieth, I think, was about 750 days, and I think it took Justin Rose almost 6,000 days. So this 42-day stretch has been phenomenal for Scotty Scheffler, and he's definitely got the game for Augusta National, there's no doubt.
How many times have we seen a player come out and said, oh, when he wins, the floodgates are going to open?
Right.
They opened.
They opened there.
3 wins and 5 starts. It's pretty good. The #1 ranked player in the world. And as much as we love seeing him hit golf balls, as much as we know his short game is incredible, when he's putting well, look at it. He has putted so well the last 5 starts.
Well, I think just working with Randy Smith, who's worked with so many great players, and grew up watching so many great players, and just solid college career, and didn't have the instant, made it to the PGA Tour, had to go play Korn Ferry, had to kind of grind it out there. I think that was a big plus for him. He kind of had to learn a little different, because college golf is so much different than the pro level. You're out there on your own. You don't have your coach and your team with you. You're out there. I think through that steps in that process, he had a couple chances early on. I followed him in Bermuda. He had a decent chance there. Didn't quite get it done, but the talent was always there. And once it got out, I mean, I love the fact when he was on with the All Monday. It's just the Scotty Scheffler you saw is who he is. He's just kind of he's taking it all in. He's not going to, I don't see him ever getting big-headed. I think he's got great parents, he's got a great family, he's well-grounded, and I think that's so important when you get out here, because you get caught up in the fame and all that if you're not careful, but I just don't see that happening with him. I think he's pretty, I keep saying true to yourself, and I think he's one of those solidly grounded guys.
Mark, you see the guy in the white bib who's scooping the golf balls out of the hole after Scotty makes his putts. That's Ted Scott. He was the caddy in 2012 and 2014 for Bubba Watson. This is the first time Scotty is playing in the Masters with Ted on his bag. It's his 3rd appearance at the Masters. He comes here with all those victories in the last 5 starts on the PGA Tour. How much of an influence can Ted Scott have on Scotty on this golf course in particular with his familiarity with it?
I think it could be huge. It's interesting, Bubba Watson, of course, plays a totally different kind of a game than Scott Scheffler does, although people ask me constantly, what is the best part of Scott Scheffler's game? And my answer always is yes, because every part of his game is good, and he seems to be able to adapt to a number of different situations and different golf courses. His 3 wins in those 42 days came on completely different types of golf courses, different formats, different styles of play. I believe what Ted Scott has done for Scotty Scheffler more than anything is made him really believe how good he is. I think he's instilled confidence in Scheffler that maybe wasn't quite there before.
Yeah, I think it's more than just here. I think he's a big plus. We talked about it Tuesday. I think Ted has been there with Bubba. He knows he's a good player himself. He understands the situation, and I really do think, as you said, Mark, he's found a way to say, just in there, let it out, and he's done it.
To put his #1 ranking in proper context, he's been the #1 ranked player in the world for 2 weeks. Tiger was #1 in the world for 683 weeks, which is about 13 years if you do the math. So Scotty's sitting there with all those victories and being #1, and as you look at making a debut start as world #1 here at the Masters, Bernhard Langer did it in 1986 and fared very well. In 1991, the year you played your first ever Masters, and you were a co-leader after the first round. Ian Woosnam was #1, and he went on to win. Is there an added pressure of being #1 in the world, or is that just a number to these guys when they're in the midst of it?
Well, I've never been #1, but I think it could be. But some people are more comfortable at #1. Greg Norman is comfortable at #1. David Duval, maybe not as much. Nick Price, they want to be, but there's so many other things that go with being #1. The extra time, if it gets into your practice time, everybody wants a little bit of a piece of you. So I think it's how you manage your time, and that's what college golf's about. It's managing your time when you get away from your parents. This out here is even a bigger picture. You've got to learn how to manage your time. You throw in world #1 and all the responsibilities. Yes, it could be a distraction from that part. But it's up to expectations. I think personal expectations, yes, they can strangle you. They have. You just have to be aware that can happen.
I was talking to John Fields, his college coach at the University of Texas. John was saying that Scotty was destined for this, Mark. He was a great amateur player. He went and played collegiately and performed in an outstanding fashion. He carried himself like a professional, John said, when he was at the University of Texas. It maybe have taken him just a little bit more time than perhaps people would have liked, but boy, has he busted that door wide open.
He has. Jim made a great point about reluctant #1s. Luke Donald, I would say, fits into that category. It's not going to overwhelm Scotty Scheffler at all. Frankly, it's a little more uncomfortable having been #1 and not being #1 anymore. And all you have to do is take a look at sort of the edge that we saw with Justin Thomas and John Rahm in the press center when they kept getting asked about it.
We're about 44 minutes away from Tiger Woods going out and starting this 86 Masters. He arrived a little bit earlier, and he's coming onto the tournament practice area as we speak. Has played a lot of golf. He played a lot of practice rounds, played 27 holes with Charlie and Justin Thomas, 9 on the par 3, because Charlie wanted that extra 9 on par 3, and why wouldn't Dad enjoy that experience? And then he played some practice rounds on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It seems like a lot of golf, Jim, for Tiger in his return.
In his return, and we talked about world #1 and someone comfortable. Nobody's more comfortable at being the best than him and wanting to be the best, and it is. We're seeing a transformation in Tiger. We're seeing a guy that's come out. I mean, he's focused now. He's still been, he was very early on, cordial, happy to be out there. I think he's, as Mark said earlier in the week when we listened to his press conference, he's thankful. He's seen what could happen. There you see hugging. It's great to see it with Bryce. He's enjoying this. I don't know that he was able to early on and enjoy it like it is now. I think it's kind of as I call it, the comeback to for Tiger, and it's just great to have him here. Yeah, I think, as we talked about, it's going to be a long, grueling week, He'll try to figure a way around it, but it's when he shows up, things change. The needle goes up to 100%.
I've only been watching Tiger for a minute now, but there's two things I really like what I'm seeing. I like the gait with which he is walking. He walked with a purpose out to the tournament practice area. It looked like a much freer gait than what I saw yesterday on the course. And the second thing is, he doesn't have a sweater on, no jacket, no sweater. I think he's going to be way better off. Temperatures are just warm enough that he can be like that. He's obviously had back issues throughout his career, but I think a little warmer weather today, not so much wind, and walking with a pretty nice gait right now, that is all very positive for me.
That's Rob McNamara with his hands on his hips, his good friend, and also someone who's been working with Tiger all throughout his adult life, and Joe LaCava, long-time caddy for Tiger Woods, caddy for Dustin Johnson for a short period of time before moving over to Tiger. And before that, as we celebrate Fred Couples' 30th anniversary of winning the Masters, Joe was on the bag there as well.
Yeah, Joe told me a few weeks ago, I talked to him on the phone, and we was talking about, we're going to go down. He was talking about, Tiger, we're going down, and we're going to work really hard. He's not going to maybe like me, because we're going to work so hard. And it looks like the time they put in is paying off, because like I said, I never dreamed we'd see him here, and probably most people would say that, but golf swing looks good, short game looks great. It's back to the stamina. Will that hold up as the week goes on?
Mark, what is something you'll look for early in his round today that will be a good or bad sign?
I'm going to look for the way he plays the first hole, and I say this every time I watch it play in the Masters, because it's always been the same thing. Number one has been a hole that he's had trouble with. He's played it 16 over par in his career. It's a difficult opening hole that's gotten harder over the years. And I think a lot will be sort of gleaned from what he does at number one. What does he play off the tee? Does he try and guide one into the fairway with a fairway metal? Does he stand up there with a driver? Over the years, we've seen him miss it in the pine straw on the left. We've seen him put it in the bunker on the right. I think his game plan is going to be pretty much the same as it always is at Augusta. He doesn't try to overpower Augusta National. His strength is in his approach game. We know that he's been able to work more on his short game at home over the past couple of months. And I think he has worked very hard at it. But from what I'm seeing right now, I think we're going to see some positive things on the golf course from Tiger today.
In Tiger Woods 50, he hits the fairway 57% of the time. That's going to get you in trouble. The first hole.
Yeah, that's going to be a trouble spot if he doesn't hit the fairway today. Now, he was involved in that single car accident on February 23rd, 2021. He then posted a 3-second video that almost blew Twitter up on November 21st of 2021 of him hitting golf balls on the range. Then he finished runner-up with his son Charlie at the PNC Championship in Orlando on December 19th of 2021, Jim. And he was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame the last time we saw him publicly before this week on March 9th, 2022 at the Players at that wonderful induction ceremony where, by the way, his daughter Sam introduced him. It was absolutely fabulous. Yeah. So, on the surprise level from 1 to 10, about him starting here at Augusta and not somewhere that's like flat and short like the old course. Yeah. Where do you rank your 1 to 10 spot there?
Shocked. I mean, we sat here Tuesday and they were teasing me because I said, nah, he's not going to be able to play. He's not going to be. And the more I watched, they go, all right, I'm going to go from 1 to 3, and then we're going and going. It is amazing. But I've learned over time to never underestimate this man in anything he does and what he puts his mind through. And just think about the rehab and the people that it took to get him here. And he talked about that. It's just phenomenal. I think when you look at his golf swing, we're not going to see trying to overpower, as Mark said. I watched him when he was hitting balls yesterday, and the day before it was pretty smooth action. I think it's going to be in play a lot more. He's going to play in kind of a chess game around this golf course. He's got the strategy down, but yeah, I'm very, very surprised, and I'm happy. I'm happy as everybody to see him out here.
On Tuesday in the press building, Tiger was asked a lot of questions about his golf game and also his health. He said the golf game is intact, but here's what he had to say about trying to get around Augusta National Golf Club.
Walking's the hard part. You know, this is normally not an easy walk to begin with. Now, given the conditions that my leg is in, it gets a little more difficult. And that's 72 holes is a long run, and it's going to be a tough challenge, and a challenge that I'm up for.
Jim, when you are playing golf at the highest level and you're sore, you're injured, you're hurt, and you're tired, what does that do to your game?
It gets on you mentally. Fortunately, I was never hurt, but I have been tired. And you make mistakes. You make mental mistakes. I think that's the thing. You're going to hit poor shots, but you make mental mistakes. But back to Tiger, Jack Nicklaus, those elite, great players, their mind is their strength. And that's the thing. You rarely see him make too many mistakes. Yeah, he may hit some bad shots. I think that's a plus for him mentally. The thing is, he just had to play competitively. That's the trickiest part when you have time off, is getting out there in the basic decisions. But there's something about looking at him in this comeback again, is he's focused. He was asked, do you think he can win? Yes. He doesn't come out here just ceremonial just to go through the motions. He comes out because he thinks he can win. And I think that's his strength is his mind and that belief. But fatigue causes some of those mental mistakes.
Mark, 14 years ago, you and I were standing about 3 feet apart when he made that putt at 18 at Torrey Pines to force the playoff with Rocco Mediate, and it looked like he willed it into the hole. Can he will himself to playing well this week in this comeback?
I think he can. I think there are some things that are to his benefit. The beginning of the round is the crucial part for him, but the hole locations are kind of tough, and they're going to force him to play conservatively. Interestingly enough, he's never eagled a second hole in all the years he's played in the Masters. I think that's a good thing. It's a tough hole location on the left. They'll play it to the center of the green. Hole location at 3, for example, is right on the front edge. I think he'll lay back there. The hole at number 4 is right in the front. That's a toughie. I think he'll go conservatively a little bit long there. He does not have to go out and try to get under par right away on this course, and he will play mostly from memory and experience, especially at the beginning of the round.
You see the patrons watching him, gawking and staring?
Yeah.
It's like a living legend just walking right by you, and the patrons, with such reverence, they just look at him. They don't even cheer almost, they just stare at Tiger. So as he goes from the short game area to the range portion of the tournament practice area, we are going to take a quick timeout. We're going to come back and watch Tiger Woods continue his preparation here as he begins the first round of this 86 Masters.
Caution. Vehicle electrified. Contact results in rapid heart rate. Shortness of breath. And tingling in the extremities. Serious thrills may occur. The all-electric AMG EQS. Bing I-525 launch test. Test book, 7 item. Test subject, 6'1". Club face, forged Mirage steel. Launch angle, 14.3 degrees. Ball speed, 146.7 miles per hour. Spin rate, 5,755 RPM. Distance gained, see for yourself. Bing I-525. The distance is in the details.
NexGard is the flea and tick protection that's #1 with vets. It even prevents the infection that causes Lyme disease. Your vet trusts NexGard for her patients and her own dog. Plus, its delicious beef flavor is #1 with dogs. Ask your vet about NexGard.
And my car is dented.
Geico does offer 24/7 claim service.
24/7? That's a lot of attention.
They're not actually with you 24/7. They're just available whenever you need them.
Okay, because I'm an introvert. It's incredibly rare.
I don't think that's right.
Geico.
Our strength, our power, our purpose starts within. So let's start there. With collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
Here's to the golfers
to the Sunday morning hitting crews, the snowbirds, and the escapists. To those who know, there's no better place to be. Book your tea time on Golf Now. Go play.
In this family, we don't kill sheep. We kill wolves.
I'm not sure if you want to get to my family.
Make no mistake. You let the world know we're here.
Yellowstone, streaming exclusively on Peacock.
We are back live from the Masters. Hope you have joined us all morning long here on Golf Channel. As you look at the scores, Patrick Harrington, Igliazzi continue to lead. Minwoo Lee with an early birdie, and Harry Higgs with a birdie as well. So now there are 4 players under par in the early stages. 2007 champion Zach Johnson with a couple of pars. He is an even par as he plays the par 4 third. Sepp Straka off to a decent start, even par through 6th. Eric Higgo had it under par, but he's given one back, and he is now at level as well. As we go back out to the range portion of the tournament practice area, and this is where it gets interesting to see him get to the longer portion of the game and how that right leg will react. And as you look at his posture and his stance, we talked about his gait. What do you see, Jim, from that right leg when he's hitting golf shots?
I haven't seen any problem with it at all yet. I mean, I just think a lot of it is just the rhythm of his golf swing and the control of it. We would watch years ago when he was and you've got to play the golf course in your mind. You hit the shots.
Hey guys, anybody interested in grabbing a team in MLB or NFL on demand, let me know.
That kept me engaged.
Those are great bangs for your buck.
Keep me focused on hitting shots and not thinking about the mechanics.
Jimmy's going to compete in an event for the first time in 109 days. That was with Charlie when they were runner-up in December at the PNC Championship. He's making his first official worldwide start in 408 days after the single car accident. He will make his first official worldwide start in 508 days since his last start. And that was at the 2020 Masters in November. So how much of a rust factor will there be in his game?
There's got to be some rust in there. I would love to know, and we'll never know that, what he's feeling right now, the feeling he's having. It just would be amazing to know what's going on in his heart, what's going on in his mind. those are things you want to know, the anticipation, he's ready to go. It'd just be wonderful to kind of figure out, hey, what was it like? What was that feeling like to get for everybody else to know that, is he nervous? Does he have anxiety? But when you're not playing, it's basic decision making that becomes routine when you play a lot. And I know that sounds simple, but that happens when you have